Well, good afternoon or good evening. My name is Mayor Erica A. Stewart, and I'm here to say that all of our council members are present in person. We're looking forward to this meeting. There's lots of interesting conversations to talk about. First and foremost, though, we'll get going with the Pledge of Allegiance from Vice Mayor Shorsman.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Well, one of the fun things we get to do in the beginning of our city council meetings is our presentations, proclamations, that kind of thing. So today we get to do an introduction from Fire Chief Todd Tuggle to introduce our new fire marshal. Chief.
Apologize, I gotta put my glasses on for this one. Madam Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to introduce our Fire Marshal. I'm thrilled as can be to introduce our Fire Marshal. He's got an incredible background. He comes to us from the city of Sanger, where he was the Community Risk Reduction Officer, and I'll get into a little more of that in a second. But Josh Daniel, welcome to the city, started January 2nd with us. Josh's background is quite extensive. He was a paramedic supervisor in the county in Fresno County, where also the city of Sanger is located. He transitioned into fire for the city of Sanger in 2015, where he was a firefighter medic. In 2017, became a fire investigator, and then an administrative captain and a community risk reduction officer. And if you're not familiar with what that term means, it's effectively a fire marshal. So he's been a fire marshal for the last 5 years. He also was on the Fresno County rescue team. And in that time in Sanger also got his bachelor's degree and his master's degree in EMS or public administration and EMS management. And there's plenty of crossover into fire management, I will say. He's been married to his wife, Sarah, for 22 years. They have 2 children. Their daughter, Leah, graduates from high school this year, and their son, Jehu, who's a junior in high school. And as I said, I'm thrilled that Josh is here to join us. This is an incredibly important position, and already in just the 6 weeks he's been here, he's already made a difference. He's had an impact on calls. We had a structure fire literally the first weekend he was here, and he was out there to be an investigator on that call. So super excited, thrilled that he's here. He's already made a big difference. And with that, I will stop and let Josh and pass the mic off to Josh. So thank you.
Sir. Good evening, Madam Mayor and distinguished council members. Yes, my name's Josh. I had a completely different thing prepared, but I had an amazing lunch, a working lunch, and it reminded me of 2 things that I wanted to share. First was my passion for why I'm here, and that started because of Katrina in August of 2005. If you remember, Katrina did major devastation. And a group of us went out there in October of 2005, and we brought all kinds of supplies with us in order to help those that were affected by Katrina. And one day we were in St. Bernard Parish, and it was completely devastated. And my particular area that I was at was handing out water and red Solo cups. And this young lady who was there received her water and her red Solo cups, and then began to sob because of the impact of what we were giving her. And I thought something was wrong. So I'm like, is everything all right? And she's like, you don't understand. We don't even have anything to drink water out of. And it reminded me of something that I think the city of SLO demonstrates, and that is that the small things matter. And the red Solo cup to her was small, but it was impactful. The other thing that I was reminded of at lunch is the book by Stephen Covey, by The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And the very first thing was proactive. And it was about being proactive and how we should live in the circle of influence. And through that, we achieve great success. And so I feel that the city of SLO demonstrates these 2 things, and that's why I'm here. The small things does matter to this council and to this city, and I'm proud to be here for that. And another thing is that you guys live in the power and the circle of influence, and that is being able to do and achieve great things in this city. And so I'm so glad and grateful to be a part of that. To help remind you of that, I brought you little mini red Solo cups to remember the small things matter, and that we live and operate in the influence, the circle of influence, to make things great in here in this for the city. So thank you so much for allowing me to be here.
Thank you. That also reminds me of Life is Short. If I remember the song that keeps coming to my mind, he has now passed away from cancer, and that's another moment of just remembering life is short. So thank you so much. I'm glad you joined us. And I have to tell you that I actually, when I saw you on the agenda, I thought, no, he's already been here. He's already been introduced, because I saw you on social media. I felt like you were already just a part of the team and had been here for a while. So thank you so much. Well, with that, I realize that I actually have to go backwards in our agenda for a second and go back to the city attorney. We have had a closed session and have an item to report out.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council did meet in closed session on one matter of conference with legal counsel on an existing litigation matter. That matter, the name of that case is Blake Etherton versus City of San Luis Obispo Superior Court case number 25CV-0018. And the purpose of the closed session was to seek authorization to defend that litigation filed against the city. That authorization was given unanimously on a motion by Councilmember Francis, seconded by Mayor Stewart, and as I said, on a 5-0 vote. And so we will proceed with that defense. I will note that the matter, as far as I am aware, as of this afternoon, has not been properly served. So obviously we will proceed with that defense once properly served.
Thank you. Moving forward, we have some updates from the city manager, and I will pass it on to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and council members. We have just a few slides to go over this evening. Go ahead and pull those up. The first one is to kind of give a little summary of where we were at last week with our storm response. I know everyone is aware that we did have a fairly decent storm last week. What we would call kind of a moderate storm for us. Our Public Works Department organized a level 3 storm response, which included activation of our Department Operations Center at midnight on the 13th and lasted until 7 p.m. that evening. This included nearly 30 field staff and 6 department DOC staff members from Public Works throughout that time frame. And they responded to about 40 storm-related issues that were reported by the community, in addition to problems identified during zone patrol. So our staff go out and take a look and make sure things are functioning and respond right there when they see issues. Tree failures, power outages impacting traffic signals, and standing water on the roadway were the majority of the calls we received. Our staff has completed post-storm inspections with no significant damage to report. I think we're all happy to hear that after what we experienced a couple years ago. Damaged and downed trees will be added to our urban forest replanting list and addressed during the next planting project. So we're happy to have gotten through that in a good shape. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that we did do so much work in response to the 2023 storms. Things worked pretty well this go around. We also wanted to highlight some positive outcomes from our Slow Restaurant Month. Our first ever restaurant month occurred in January of this year, and it was a great success with nearly 60 participating eateries that offered a diverse range of offerings for patrons, with more than 60% of those participating businesses who noted a significant increase in traffic, with a majority reporting that customers liked or loved the Slow Restaurant Month offer. We received some lovely feedback from restaurants who participated, which you can see as a snapshot up here on the screen. And we're grateful to partner with local broadcaster Adam Montiel on his promotion as well. Our economic development and tourism team looks forward to growing this support local promotion into the future. Next, we wanted to make sure everyone was aware that there is a community wildlife forum being held coming up pretty soon here on March 1st, which is a Saturday from 10 a.m. to noon at the Betts Hall here in San Luis Obispo. SLO Fire will join other fire departments and experts from around the county to provide an essential discussion on wildfire readiness and emergency preparedness throughout the county. This is a chance to learn from experts in the field, connect with the community, and get your questions answered, including from staff from the city, as well as staff from the county and other agencies throughout the county. You can go to slocity.org/fire for a link to the question submittal form. So if you have questions you want to have answered, that's a great way to get those in front of the folks who will be there. We look forward to really providing a lot of information. We know it's on top of minds these days, and so look forward to everybody coming together for that. Again, March 1st from 10 a.m. to noon at the Betts Hall. Next, we wanted to highlight some exciting opportunities that we see for downtown parking. So the first is implementing our parking technology roadmap, which was approved by council in November 2024. We will be improving our users' experience while continuing to offer the lowest possible prices that were adopted at that time. Two very exciting, or adopted in May, I should say, last year. Two exciting public-facing changes are coming this next month. The first is a rollout of our single app system. So we went through a pretty rigorous process to evaluate the various apps that are available to the public, including those that we had already implemented, to try to come up with one that we thought was going to best serve all of the needs of the community. We did a lot of outreach to our local businesses, and they really helped us tremendously in identifying the best app that would help them as well. So Pay by Phone was selected through that process, and it will be rolled out as the single app that will be available in the city. There will be a kind of phase out process with the others just to make sure that people have some time to kind of make that transition. But in March, you'll be seeing a lot more signage and press and information being rolled out to everyone about the benefits of this app and how to sign up and what next steps are for rolling it out. And as well as some ad campaigns and business toolkits. So one of the great pieces of this app is that it allows businesses to provide promotions through the app itself to help make sure that their customers are aware of the different opportunities to come and come downtown, park, and visit their businesses. As well, in March, we will be rolling out the new gated system at 842 Palm. So this was a big issue that was identified throughout our parking discussions last year, that we needed to look to transition back to some type of gated system. We went through a pretty rigorous analysis there and came up with a gate that we thought would accomplish those needs, and we'll be ready to install that next month. We're trying to, again, work with businesses to make sure we're doing that at the best time possible. So you will be seeing that rolling out, as well as information about those exact dates. The new system will offer multiple payment options that include walk-up kiosks, contactless mobile payment, as well as paying at the gate when you leave. And we anticipate construction lasting about 2 weeks. Again, we're finalizing that start date, and we'll be publicizing that as soon as we know. All work will be limited to Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. And the garage will remain open during construction, but we do encourage folks to make sure to stop and watch for changes in traffic control at entrances and exits. And then if you're concerned about any delays, our other 2 parking structures will be available at 919 Palm Street or 871 Marsh Street. Again, we'll be rolling out more information about those exact dates, and look forward to making that available to the public. And finally, just wanted to give a little highlight about our upcoming meetings. These are on March 4th, although I suppose our actual next meeting is next week. It is a special meeting. We have 3 items on that agenda. The first is a consent item to confirm the descriptions of our major city goals. And then the next 2 items include our short-range transit plan and our legislative update. And then on March 4th, there are a number of consent calendar items that are on the screen here. And then just quickly breezing over our public hearing and business items, we have some updates and amendments to our ADU ordinance. We have the appeal of the Waterman Village Planning Commission approval. We'll have a hearing on our city workforce vacancies, recruitment and retention trends, and that's to comply with new state legislation that we hold. We provide that information as part of a public hearing. And then similarly, complying with a public hearing requirement to allow the city to use a different procurement process for our electrification projects that help make sure that we're doing projects that essentially pay for themselves by reducing our costs. So with that, that's the end of my update, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, great update. Can you remind me when the parking mobile will stop being utilized? I know we're phasing them in and out, the pay by phone and park mobile.
I don't think we have a firm date, and some of that had to do with wanting to allow the other apps to kind of dwindle down to a point where they were ready to kind of be turned off. I'm looking over to our, that's correct.
And
got
same
it
with
right,
Honk,
so that's
I
good.
should imagine.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then for the time period of the install, that sounds awfully close to St. Patrick's Day, so I'm just going to suggest that maybe that doesn't happen at the same exact time. I know there are not things that are connected, but people coming downtown at that same day might be nice not to have the confusion of the construction at the same time.
I know we were trying to avoid spring break, which is, I believe, the next
after.
week. The other good thing is we will be ending the construction at 4 p.m. So the work itself will be done for the day by the time the evening comes around. But I'll certainly, I think the schedule itself is still kind of fluid, so
Great.
we'll work on that. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? All right, thank you very much for the update. We appreciate it. Moving forward to items that are not on the agenda. If you have a topic that you'd like to share with us that is not on the agenda, make sure you've turned in a slip to the city clerk. Right behind them are the yellow slips. And if you'd like to, we can go ahead and hear your comments. City clerk, do we have any public comment right now?
Yes, we have one at this time. It's Cameron Shingler.
Thank you.
Hi there. I'll try not to waste your time. I'll make it short and simple. My name is Cameron Shingler. I just moved here a little more than a week ago. I absolutely love this town. It has amazing parks, trails, downtown businesses are fantastic. Very beautiful town. And above all, very friendly community. And it's a very safe community too, overall. I really appreciate that. I felt the need to just bring about some concerns that I gathered from a little place called 40 Prado, which is the local homeless shelter. I went up and spoke to each individual, not all of them, obviously, but a few of them who are staying there, and just wanted to address, not mentioning names, but any issues that you might be going through. And it's a pretty long list. It's practically a scroll. To narrow it down, the staff at this particular homeless shelter, which I regret to admit, I am homeless. I've, not by choice. But the shelters that I've gone through up in the Pacific side of our country, Oregon, Washington, Northern California, a lot of amazing shelters. And the issue that I've come upon with this one is the staff seem to be, it's a short staff, but it's also one that's not really putting the concerns of the people staying there at high priority. One example is that the floors and seats have been covered in feces. I have noticed this myself. You walk in there, it's pretty difficult not to notice the stench. And there's, the staff had apparently refused to clean it up on response. This is not my sharing. This is just one example. Another example of a person's complaint is the favoritism among clients. And it's very difficult when you hear that people are being manhandled or treat like someone's hands being put on them, and the staff acknowledging this and not necessarily making a difference about it. That it's all these complaints, basically, to sum it up, is that I feel like I'm out of time.
Sorry.
I apologize. I'll try next time.
If
to
you have the
not
notes,
be-
if you want to leave them with us, we can
I'll leave them.
definitely
I
take those.
apologize. I didn't want to make it sound that's all just negative.
Thank you.
I'm gone there, but overall, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other comments?
No, that was our only speaker.
Okay. Okay, so I think that one of the things I always find difficult is with the public comment, there's always this feeling we just say thank you and you move on. But I do say that we have staff that you can definitely talk to after having a public comment. There's staff that are connected with different issues and want to make sure we connect you to those. So we'll come back to that. Moving forward, we have public comment we have the consent agenda, and these are items that are considered not controversial. At this point, do any of my colleagues have anything they wish to pull for further discussion? Okay, no? All right. Then do we have any public comment for the consent agenda items?
Yes, we have one.
Okay.
Devin McQuaid.
Great, thank you.
All right, good evening, Council, Mayor Stewart. I'm Devin McQuaid. I'm the Associate Director with 5 Cities Homeless Coalition. I'm just here tonight on behalf of the coalition to thank staff for the recommendation for CDBG funds and the Council for their consideration of this funding. These dollars will go towards our rapid rehousing and homeless prevention programs, so direct client support to help move people back into housing, or if they're currently in housing and they're not able to afford their rent, doing some short-term gap funding to help them pay that rent while they get back on their feet. We do a lot of work throughout the county, a lot in the city of San Luis Obispo, so we are grateful for the continued support of the city. These dollars, not just help the residents, but it is a big benefit for us to leverage additional funding throughout the state and federal funding that we go for. So far this year, we start our fiscal year July 1. We have helped 26 households, 48 people through our rapid rehousing and homeless prevention programs in the city of San Luis Obispo. So obviously $10,000 doesn't do that all, for those households. Housing is very expensive, but it does allow us to leverage those additional funds by having that local match. So thank you again for your time and consideration, and we look forward to serving more households in the city of San Luis.
Thank you so much. And with that, do I have a motion? Vice Mayor Shoresman.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out to those who are out there watching that this is one of those nights where there's a lot of good stuff on the consent agenda and we're just approving it with one fell swoop, but lots of grants being applied for, and obviously lots of, as much as we can, money that we're able to give out to local nonprofits as well through the CDBG funds. And thank you to the organizations that apply, and thank you also to the HRC who helps us make these hard decisions about what we will fund with our limited funds and what we can't quite do this year. So thanks to everybody, and I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Marks.
I'd like to second it.
Wonderful, thank you. And I very much appreciate your 2 cents. One thing I did want to highlight quickly is 6E, the authorized application for pro-housing incentive funds. And as you mentioned, there are a lot of grants on here, but we can only apply to these funds because we are a pro-housing city, which is something that, definitely less than 100 cities in the 483 cities in California can even apply for. So just wanted to kind of highlight that. All right, can we have roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Shoresman.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell.
Yes.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. So moving forward, we have the review of the fiscal year 2024 second quarter budget report. This, I just want to say I thank you greatly to the finance team. This was, I think, above and beyond the typical report that we receive for our quarterly updates, knowing that you took some extra time to share the impacts of what the federal funding could do and or are doing within our budget here in the city. And so that's an extra step, or lots of extra steps, but as an extra analysis, and I just really appreciate that. So moving forward with that, we have Director Emily Jackson and sorry, I'm totally blanking on your entire title, Riley, and Riley Kuhn to a Principal Budget Analyst, Riley Kuhn, to present 7A.
There we go. Good evening, Council. Happy to be here this evening to present our second quarter budget report for fiscal year 24-25. The second quarter report is always a little bit different than our normal quarterly reports because this is when we recommend allocation of unassigned fund balance from the prior year. So about a month ago, you heard from our accounting team on presentation of our annual comprehensive financial report, and with that report was included our unassigned fund balance number for the general fund at $9.1 million. So in addition to letting council and the community know how the budget is tracking in the current year, the second half of the presentation this evening will be to recommend allocation of that money for one-time purposes consistent with council's adopted policy around the allocation of unassigned fund balance. In addition, this evening we will be seeking council's final appropriation to make an additional discretionary payment to CalPERS. We discussed that on January 14th, an increase to the annual discretionary payment amount. So tonight's action will effectuate that. And then finally, we are authorizing a transfer of some grant funding, federal grant funding for ongoing green building activities undertaken by the city. So I will turn it over to Riley to run through the first half of the report, and then I'll close it out.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We're going to start the presentation with the typical quarterly budget update slides. And as a reminder, mentally, we're looking for 50% received halfway through the year, but because of delayed reporting, that's pretty unlikely. On a deeper analysis, we identified some significant risks in both the general fund and the parking fund on the revenue side. In the parking fund, we're seeing lower than expected structures parking revenue, and we've attributed that internally to compliance issues that we do think the new technology roadmap will help address, and we don't think there's any ongoing fiscal impact from that after this year. In the general fund, we're now expecting to underperform for both sales tax and development fee revenues, and I've prepared a few visuals that I think will help illustrate that. Starting with sales tax, as seen above, sales tax revenue has been growing at what I'd call a modest rate over the last 3 years compared to the boom times of post-COVID. Our budget and forecast assumed that inflation would slow, interest rates would be cut, and that would lead to really increased spending. That's been the message from our consultants and economists across the board. But as we all know, I think prices remain pretty high, inflation's proving a little bit stubborn, and expectations for interest rate cuts are being pushed out. So based on a call from our consultants just last week, we now expect to miss in the current year by at least $2 million. And we expect that that's ongoing, so it will impact the out years of the forecast as well. And as the largest revenue stream for the city's budget, this is the #1 driver of funding availability going into the next financial plan. Moving on to development fees, and then we went a little bit further back here to just show what normal might look like. But as you can see, development fee revenue has been in decline for several years now. And like sales tax, this revenue stream is highly sensitive to interest rates, but fortunately is much smaller. It's also heavily sensitive to several large projects that are nearing completion or slowing down. The projected shortfall of roughly $2 million is based on observed revenues in the first half of the year, simply annualized. We are able to control some expenditures as a result of this. So as a first response, staff will reduce consultant work and do as much as we can in-house to mitigate the impact to fund balance. Moving to operating expenditures, again, mentally, we're all looking for 50%, but because most departments will open purchase orders for the full year, some purchases are made in advance, we'll expect numbers to be slightly above that at this point in the year. And that's especially pronounced in the water and transit funds. The water fund procures all of its sources of supply purchases in advance, and the transit fund makes its single largest purchase, which is its outsourced transit services provider payment upfront. So those funds are nearly spent. On the staffing side, we expect that most departments will finish with the typical 3 to 5% level of staffing savings. And for the general fund, that's going to be key to deliver sufficient savings to cover what we now see to be a revenue miss. And with that, I'll hand it back to Emily for a storm update.
Thanks, Riley. So consistent with prior quarters, we talk to you every 3 months about how things are going with our progress to address the storm damage caused from the January and March 2023 storms. Happily, as our city manager noted, I think a lot of the work that we did over the last 2 years helped us prepare for the storms last week. We didn't have to activate the EOC, and though there was debris to be cleaned up, we saw crews all around town cleaning up tree limbs. Largely, we got out of that one pretty much unscathed. So I think another round of kudos for our public works, utilities, Parks and Rec, and all of our other staff who has done a lot of the hard work over the last 2 years to get us to this point. At this point, related to the 2023 storms, we've expended about $15.7 million on storm response to date. That's inclusive of both work on permanent projects as well as debris cleanup and emergency protective measures, which were occurring as the rain was still falling. Estimated total cost to repair all of the damage still remains at $48.4 million. And like we've said in prior quarterly reports, we're taking it sort of a day at a time, figuring out what are the needs, continuing to look at the damaged areas, get a better sense of what are the true health and safety related issues out there and prioritizing those. But at this point, our belief and our understanding is that we've addressed the majority of that work, and anything storm related coming up would likely just be stacked up against other projects in our CIP and our normal process moving forward. So Public Works has done a tremendous amount of work, and Finance is continuing to work with FEMA and Cal OES to secure funding for to reimburse ourselves for the costs that we incurred. Like we've talked about previously, we don't have $48.4 million sitting around to help us address natural disasters or human-created disasters, but this is, again, circumstances like this underscore the importance of paying attention to our long-term financial stability, funding our reserves so that we can be nimble enough to address issues as they arise, anticipated or not. So at this point, like we've said the last couple of quarters, all of the projects have been reviewed by our points of contact at both FEMA and Cal OES and are with the formal review body at FEMA at this point. We're still suffering a little bit from delayed permitting from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We have a small handful of projects that we're still waiting for emergency permits on, but we're starting to make some traction there. And then, like we've talked about in prior updates, the disaster relief funds have been fully obligated nationwide. And there was a point at which we were saying Congress was working to refill that fund to start again, providing support to public agencies. But at this point, given the new federal administration's actions on federal funding, it's not really clear to us at this point what the status of that is, but that's something that we're tracking on a daily basis and reading all the headlines and then the articles where they're helpful. So something that we're keeping a close eye on. Leading into a little bit of a broader discussion on federal funding exposure, like the mayor said at the kickoff of this item, we're not seeking any action from council this evening, but we included an attachment to tonight's item to highlight for council and the community where the city receives federal dollars and what it's spent on. And so, like noted in the attachment, obviously the biggest concerns around any pause or freeze on federal funding is related to our ability to secure reimbursement for the winter storms. At this point, we've got about over $700,000 that's been fully obligated by FEMA, and our best understanding is that that's now with the state to cut us some checks. But we haven't seen those checks come rolling in yet, and my guess is that that's because the state doesn't have the money from the feds. But we are obligated at least $730,000, I believe. In addition, federal funding, we get federal funding here and there for major infrastructure projects, including some of those noted on the slide. Our transit program is largely federally funded, other portions of our capital budget. But I think, aside from the direct impacts that it has to this organization, it's really important to be mindful that a lot of our partners, whether it's in the nonprofit community in San Luis Obispo or at the county itself, to understand that those are all very heavily federally funded projects and programs. And so to the extent that the county loses federal funding or some of our nonprofit partners lose federal funding, that will have a real indirect, but we'll feel it directly impact to our community and the residents here, especially those who rely on some of the safety net services that a lot of those programs provide. Consistent with our quarterly reporting process, we also provide council with an update on major city goals to the extent that deadlines are being pushed out. So in the climate action major city goal, we were to complete installation of solar panels at a couple of different city facilities in the second quarter. That's now being pushed out to the third quarter of the next fiscal year. And the reason for that is detailed in the report, but it's just a kind of an update to the process, but something that's still very much on track. It's just going to be implemented a little bit later. And then in terms of a CIP update, there's a lot of good information in the report about major projects that are currently underway or were completed in the second quarter. But like the headline on this slide says, it was a big quarter for parks. We saw completion of the North Broad Street Park as well as a revitalization at Mitchell Park. And then like we've said before, we're really in the implementation phase of a lot of projects that have been in the works for years and in some cases decades. So major ongoing projects, and of course, are listed on this slide in addition to others that are called out in the report. And then finally, we will take council through staff's recommendations this evening relative to allocation of unassigned fund balance from fiscal year 23-24. The number that we should all be paying attention to on this slide is that $9.167 million at the bottom of the screen. That is the amount of general fund dollars remaining unexpended or resulting from over-realized revenue in the prior fiscal year. Everything above the line is money that was also remaining in the general fund but has been spoken for in a variety of different ways. namely the $1.7 million up at the top is the amount of unassigned fund balance from the local revenue measure fund. As the report notes, due to concerns about sales tax performance in the current year, we're not recommending appropriation of any of that $1.7 million from LRM unassigned fund balance, so that we can retain that to help us weather any storms in the current year or in future years. And then, like Riley noted, departments encumber millions of dollars every year for planned purchases. So we have encumbrances and a variety of different commitments, money tied up essentially that we're planning to expend through the remainder of the fiscal year, and then a variety of different set-asides, what we call funding assigned for various purposes that sits in the general fund for a specific future purpose. And so the net of all of that is the unassigned fund balance of $9.1 million. This slide details staff's recommendations about how that money is allocated. Really important to note that per the prior slide, the $2 million for the additional discretionary payment to CalPERS is not factored into the 9.167 in terms of staff's recommendations, but the 9.167 comes after we assume that we're going to be making the $2 million to CalPERS. The first recommendation is for the $75,000 allocation to address several legal fees. That is something that Council previously authorized, I believe, last November, and so this is just truing all of that up. Per our discussion with the Budget Foundation item about a month ago, it sounds like Council is comfortable with increasing the annual discretionary, additional annual discretionary payment to CalPERS. So the general fund share of that is $661,000. So that's our first recommendation. Council also had previously approved an increased grant amount for the Slow Rep Theater new construction project. So $2.76 million is recommended to go towards that. Not that it matters a whole lot, but just a point of clarification so that we make sure we're all on the same page. At the point at which Council had authorized that additional grant funding for Slow Rep, the discussion was that it would be put in the Infrastructure Investment Fund, but what we're going to do, what we're recommending instead is that we add it to the unassigned amount that you saw on the prior slide for the existing $3.9 million previously appropriated for or assigned for that purpose. And so that $2.7 million will sit in here, which actually makes it, instead of putting it in the Infrastructure Investment Fund, it makes it more clearly available and assigned for Slow Rep purposes so that it's not spent on anything else. And then as the report details, this is the $845,000 is the remaining payment for the loan made to the parking fund for acquisition of the 1166 Higuera property, and then the balance we are recommending goes into the Infrastructure Investment Fund so that we get enough money in there so that we can actually initiate construction on some larger scale projects, including the Prado Bridge widening or others that may otherwise be funded out of the Infrastructure Investment Fund. So that is our recommendations at a high level. Just to loop back on the discussion that we had on January 14th as a part of our Budget Foundation item, the increased additional discretionary payment to CalPERS is intended to inflate that amount commensurate with the staffing growth that we've seen over the last 5 years. And so what that means is that we'll be moving from an additional discretionary payment of about $2.4 million to $3.3 million on an annual basis. It will be our new baseline, and we'll continue to calculate inflators based on staffing growth off of that, and can talk to Council about that in future years. So with that, concludes the presentation. Happy to take any questions that council may have.
Thank you. That was a very thorough and brief presentation. I think I had a couple of questions that I think have been answered during most of my agenda review, but I just thought I would share that here. When we come to the, let's see, page 202, and we're talking about the public transportation transit fund, it's the lower than planned revenue for federal grants. Certain grants included in the budget were not awarded, and staff will reduce funding for the relevant projects accordingly. It would be helpful, I think, to understand the timing of that conversation that will come back to the community. I know we have the short range transit plan coming back on Tuesday next week. But I think it'd just be a little bit helpful to hear from staff what that looks like. And I know that's probably not your department, but I just thought I would ask that in public. Thank you, Mr. Horn.
Madam Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, hopefully we could include that with the item that we're bringing back to you next week, information on the grants that we haven't received. I don't have that information for you right now.
No problem, thank you. I just want to, I think the more of my concern was, as we're talking about when there's reduced funding and there's going to be different decisions made, how will those decisions be made, and how can the public be part of that at those different times? Okay. Cool,
All right,
thanks.
thank you.
City Manager?
Thank you, and I don't know if this helps much, but there was an agenda correspondence published with a clarification on we did apply for a grant for the purchase of a couple of new electric buses that we did not receive. So that was one source of funding that we know we have not received, and we won't plan to move forward with that purchase at this time. If something happens in the future with federal funding, the results will require us to come back pretty quickly with a plan for how we will address that in terms of our service delivery. It will reduce our service, and so it's a matter of how that's going to look, and we'll need to do a lot of get a lot of information out to people, because it will be very impactful to the ability to continue running bus service. So we will be doing a lot of outreach. I don't think the short range transit plan won't address that contingency, but we do want to assure everyone that if we're going to say if there is any real kind of threat or impact to our ability to run our transit system, we'll be coming forward with a lot more information about how we're going to address that.
Great, thank you. That's what I was hoping for. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a question about the Department of Energy Green Buildings Upgrade Phase 1 prize that was in the staff report. And I just, I'd like to get some clarification about whether the money actually exists or not at this point. In terms of, so we applied for a grant, we were selected as an award recipient, and then we're eligible for a Phase 2 grant, and then we were notified that we received an additional $400,000, and this would all go, that would include Capslo receiving $125,000 to electrify space heating and water heating, up to 10 additional mobile homes. I'm reading from the staff report. Has this money actually come to the city? Or, so this is actual money that we have in our coffers at this point. It's not something we're waiting to see if the federal government will send it to us.
That's correct. We got in under the wire, I guess.
Okay,
yeah, the money, we currently have the money parked in a revenue account, and so the action that we're requesting of council this evening is to move it to an expenditure account so that our green building, our sustainability team can actually spend the money.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Shorsman.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that. So we only need to transfer the 270, the original grant was 400,000, correct? But we only need to transfer 274,000 right now? Is that because the other portion is spent already?
City Manager.
Thank you. The remainder of that grant is going directly to Capslo. So the 274,700 is the city's share of the overall grant. We applied for the grant in partnership with CAPSLO.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. In the recommendations for the unassigned fund balance, there's the final payment of $845,000 for the 1166 Higuera property. And maybe you could remind me, there was a lot of like shell game happening with that money coming from out of the infrastructure investment fund, and the parking fund was paying for it. Can you refresh my memory, like where exactly are we putting this final payment back into the infrastructure investment fund? Or is it, yeah, where is that money coming from and going to make that final payment?
Sure. So when council authorized the purchase of that fund, the infrastructure, or the purchase of that property, the infrastructure investment fund was identified as the immediate funding source, understanding that the parking fund didn't have $4.8 million sitting around to purchase a property. So the parking fund is going to repay the general fund over a term of 30 years. And at the time that council had identified the IIF as Infrastructure Investment Fund as a funding source for the immediate purchase, there was also concern expressed about how the use of the Infrastructure Investment Fund for that purpose would impact the other projects that were intended to be funded from the Infrastructure Investment Fund, like the Prado Road Bridge widening. And so we used, we said that we could expedite repayment of the IIF from the general fund to provide sufficient funding in the IIF to proceed with some of the projects, which we're now adding more money to the IIF to proceed with those projects because time is money. And so this is the final repayment from the general fund to the infrastructure investment fund. And then eventually, over the next 30 years, the parking fund will reimburse the general fund. So, yes.
Thank you, because yes, and it's hard to remember where we were when we figured this out, whatever that was, a year or two ago when we made the purchase of the property. So so that's why it's the unassigned fund balance going back into the infrastructure investment fund for the amount that we sort of lent.
We can put together a graphic. Maybe that'll help to remind all of us of what's
I think that would be a good idea.
Right, yeah. Yeah, just for no other reason than so we can remember all this when it comes up again. So we don't need to, there's talk of the 115 trust and the $2 million that we have set aside, and that was on the previous slide, I think, where you showed all the other things that are already coming out of the line items that before we get to the 9 million that's left over. So right now, and it's not in your recommendation, so I'm assuming that $2 million just stays there right now. We don't need to allocate any money out of the unassigned fund balance if we want to keep that trust fund. I know there's a larger conversation that we probably need to have about the 115 trust and whether or not we want to continue with that going forward. But for now, there is still a budgeted $2 million there aside from what we're talking about reallocating right now, correct?
Correct. So the first $2 million on the slide for the 115 trust fund was allocated, it was assigned several years ago following adoption of the fiscal health response plan in response to the CalPERS policy changes that increase costs for participating agencies. And then that has not been moved into the trust, but it's sitting there for potential future action to either move it into the trust or we can decide to do something else with it. Council could decide to do something else with it. And then the second $2 million is for our annual additional discretionary payment to CalPERS. We assign that at the start of every fiscal year so that we have it available to make that make that payment. And so all we're recommending this evening is that council allocate a portion of the unassigned general fund balance to supplement that $2 million so that we can make the increased payment that we discussed back in January. And that's just the general fund portion.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll go to Councilmember Francis, but the 115 fund, trust fund, $2 million is different than the CalPERS 2 million that's right below it.
Correct.
In this, right? So the 660,000 that you're looking for from the unassigned fund balance really matches with that CalPERS payment, 2 million, correct? Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
and you wanted to follow up?
Really quickly. Do we?
Continuing the 115 discussion, do we have a time already set aside where we're planning to discuss how we either allocate those funds into the trust or do something else with them? Or is that a conversation that we're entertaining this evening?
We don't have a formal conversation agendized to discuss that, but we could take direction at this point if council, if there's a decision that putting money into the trust fund is not as high a priority as it felt like a couple of years ago, when that money was set aside and when the trust was ultimately established, we could use that funding for something else. You know, we called out, we've got obviously a number of different priorities, funding priorities that we're trying to balance out right now. So at council's pleasure, we could use that $2 million for pretty much anything else, but we don't have a formal conversation scheduled for that. But if that's something council would like to.
Took no action on it this evening, we could in theory then return to this discussion in 6 months, say if something changed with our federal funds, and come back to that $2 million and decide to move it to another purpose.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I mean, pretty much at any point we could do that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thanks.
One other thing, I'll just to continue to put in plugs for financial security and sustainability is that the third $2 million on this slide is for our revenue stabilization reserve, which is a really prudent action that council took a couple of years ago to set aside funding to help us address declines in revenue. And so I wouldn't necessarily recommend that money be used to backfill for any potential loss of federal funding, because it's really intended to supplement or to backfill for loss of general fund dollars, property tax, sales tax, things of that like. But that's another pot of money that's really critical that we've gotten something. It's kind of a short-term lever we're able to pull at some point as well if needed.
Can I ask you, Vice Mayor, so are you asking if this is something you'd like to hold off on with the 2 million? Is that a potential pause right now?
No, I'm
Okay.
not proposing
Just
that
making
right
sure.
now. It came up in agenda review this morning that that this setting up of the 115 trust happened several years ago, but we haven't really had the ability to follow up on putting the $2 million in there. And the tide has somewhat shifted on the value of these funds in some other jurisdictions. And so maybe this might be something that we want to revisit. I think I personally, we're not in deliberations, but yeah, I wasn't throwing that out for discussion, and maybe it's appropriate during the budget discussion. I don't know. I won't draw a conclusion on that. I just wanted to follow up on one last thing related to the question that I asked in agenda correspondence about the insurance fund, which might impact our thoughts about the 115 trust fund money, because it appears that we have a pretty big, I don't know if you want to call it a deficit, but we're pretty far below what we need in that fund. And so just wondering, you're not proposing any funds go towards the insurance from the unassigned fund balance. So but it says in your answer that we'll come back and talk about that in the 25-27 financial plan. So I don't know if you can give us a teaser of what that might look like in our future budget discussion for 25-27.
I think the only only thing at this point is that it's an issue, and that's why we're elevating it. So council is aware that this is something we're going to have to tackle in addition to everything else that's already on the plate. I think that the $2 million certainly could be repurposed for the insurance fund. But I think, there's some probably value judgments and risk tolerance conversations that we need to have. And I think it's our job as staff to have those conversations and come to council with a recommendation on that. But the amount in the insurance fund reserve is not, I think it's something that needs to be addressed, but it's not necessarily something that needs to be addressed today. And so we're trying to figure out what are the things that we need to address today and kind of, prioritize those items. We do need to get the insurance fund reserve up so that we have some buffer and some protection against, anything that would hit that workers' comp, liability, all of the different things that we might be having to use our insurance for. But one of the questions we need to have in addition to where do we get more money to put in there is really just to kind of take another look at everything that we've done to date to try and mitigate costs out of the insurance fund. And so that's part of the conversation as well, which I think from my perspective makes it a little slightly premature to be having a discussion about what to do with the insurance fund until we've had the opportunity to have that discussion with our friends in HR to get a better hold on what are the things we've done, what's working, are there other options, other things that we could be doing to help reduce our costs out of that fund on an ongoing basis.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And sorry for all the questions.
No, of course, it's fine. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a question about the infrastructure fund investment, the $4,826,000. Yeah. Was that just kind of the balance that was left, or? Okay, so it's not, I'm just curious, that particular amount is just what was left over when you subtracted everything else, is that correct?
Correct, yeah, the other amounts were known or, ones that we calculated, and then the 4.826 million is the balance from the 9.1.
Kind of like the default, what should we do with this, so I'm just curious in terms of what we're facing the next time we meet, talking about major city budget goals for the upcoming cycle. In any of your recommendations, allocating any funds to go toward what we might come up with in terms of the next 2 years? Or let's just say that when we get further into the budget process, there's something that council comes up with that's going to take some funding. Would at that time is that where we would decide, okay, where can we find the funding for that rather than this evening in terms of the timing? So I'm a bit concerned about council making a decision tonight that would then prohibit us having discretion later if we need funding for certain major city goals, and just in the abstract, so.
Sure, so Whitney may want to weigh in on this one as well, but I guess I would say that nothing that we're doing, aside from authorizing an increased payment to CalPERS and then making up, addressing the prior legal fees for the civil litigation, and then our commitment to slow rep, there's nothing on here that we can't really walk back from. So the bulk of this we can walk back from it at any point. The recommendations, not understanding more broadly what council's identified major city goals are, and that there's still some work to be done to refine what are the tasks that come out of that and what are the actions that you're seeking staff to take. We're not setting aside money or planning for that. However, you could pull money. You could say at a later point, we want to reverse the payment back to the general fund or back to the for the final Hygera payment. You could pull money out of the infrastructure investment fund. The recommendations before council this evening are really ones that are compliant with your policy around use of unassigned fund balance and really focus on items that are one-time in nature. So those are largely PERS payments, infrastructure, and then emergent health and safety needs that are one-time in nature. And fortunately, we don't have any of those on the list this evening. But that policy was kind of the foundation for staff's recommendation. Again, focusing on one-time uses.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you, and thank you for an excellent report. I had some 115 questions, but they all get answered, so thank you for asking those. I did want to follow up on one of Councilmember Marks' questions, though. So, for example, just take an example of the slow rep funding. That was a prior decision made by the council, and are these numbers fixed numbers, or are they estimates of what we think the cost might be for various things?
So the civil legal fees, I believe we've already spent that money, so that's fixed. The CalPERS ADP amount is based upon staff's calculation of what that amount should be to grow commensurate with staffing growth, but we don't have to do that entire amount. And then the additional funding for Slow Rep is what Slow Rep had asked for and council had previously authorized, and we have an amended funding agreement that spells out that amount.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all the questions. And I think at this point we'll move forward to public comment.
We have none.
All right, we'll move back to deliberation. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for sharing what your thoughts were on the 115, because I thought, oh, if we're going down that road, it would have been good to have some other reports and paperwork going back to that date. So thank you very much, Vice Mayor.
No, I was mostly calling out that there was maybe a decision point at some point, but not necessarily tonight. I'm supportive of the recommendation that staff has made about how to use the fund balance. I think it sticks with what our policy has been, and appreciate the context too from our finance director about how, a big portion of this is not set in stone. It's not like we're writing a check for the things as soon as we obligate these amounts. And just a little bit of context for Councilmember Boswell with the Slow Rep funds. It's a challenge grant, and I have sort of lightheartedly joked that, if you don't need all of our money, then we'd be happy to take it back. Not sure with the way cost escalations have gone in construction and building that they're going to have any money left to give back, and that they will definitely probably need all of the funds that we have offered to them. But that number, I suppose, isn't completely 100% set in stone either, theoretically.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell.
Yes, Vice Mayor Schwarzman, thanks for that clarification. And I'm also going to be supporting the staff's recommendation. Yeah, and I think there are two important things. One is knowing that, given that we're in the midst of our new two-year budget cycle and possibly facing some challenges over the next couple of months, knowing that we have that flexibility in allocating the additional funds, but also probably holding off on any decisions on the 115 trust until we've gone through that budget process is good. So I like the flexibility that this presents for us. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you to my colleagues for all of your comments. I also will be supportive of the recommendations as laid out here, and grateful as always for all of your hard work and detail in the report.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Yes, well, I'd like to make a motion then that we accept staff's recommendation. And do I need to read it all out, or? No. Yeah, as stated in the staff report, all 4 points. So that's my motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I'll second that.
Thank you, and I also just really want to thank you all for putting this together and really giving us those chances to bookmark, in a sense, the funding and where it will go. And I appreciate, Vice Mayor, your statement around we're not writing the checks today. So that's exactly how I felt a little safer as far as where we're at today. Can we have roll call?
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you for this report. And we're just going to take about a 10-minute break, and we'll be back. Well, thank you very much for the break, and we'll get back going to the next topic, the public hearing for, sorry, not the public hearing, the business item, big difference, for 7B, which is the Prado Interchange Project. And we have Department Manager of Public Works, Matt Horn, and Wyatt Baker-Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. This is the conversation we've been wanting to have for a long time, and so we're pleased to be able to bring it to you tonight. We have 90 minutes scheduled for this item tonight. We'll have Wyatt Baker-Hicks. He is our supervising civil engineer and also our project manager for the Prado Interchange project we'll be discussing here tonight. Wyatt will go through the background, review several projects that are in the area, the Prado Interchange, the Prado Creek Bridge, and the Prado Extension, kind of talk about the Prado Interchange scope of work, delivery updates, and then we'll also spend some time talking about staff recommendations and then also alternatives. So with that, I'll hand it off to Wyatt.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Matt, Mayor Stewart, members of council, Wyatt Hicks, and today we get to talk about the Prado Interchange. So we have 5 recommendations for council's consideration this evening. The first is to receive an update on the Prado Interchange project. The second is to award the plans, specifications, and estimate PS&E design contract to Consor. The third is to authorize the city manager to amend the design contract with additional budget as necessary. The fourth is to appropriate $9.9 million from the San Luis Ranch bond proceeds to the project account. And then the fifth is for authorize staff to issue a request for proposals for lobbying service to better help us close that funding gap. A little bit of background, once Highway 101 was completed in 1954, it divided the community in half, and so as part of that initial construction, Caltrans constructed several interchanges to provide that east-west connectivity across the community. Most of those were centered in the north part of town, but since then the city of SLO has grown primarily toward the south. And we've started talking about the interchange a while back. In 1994, we formally added it to the general plan. And with the 94 general plan update is when we really looked at developing the Delidio property that would become San Luis Ranch, the Margarita area specific plan, Rigetti Ranch, and Avila Ranch. And all of those recognize the need for that increased connectivity, AKA the Prado interchange. In 2003, when the city introduced its traffic impact fees, called the TIF, the Prado interchange was and remains the largest mitigation project as part of the citywide effort to mitigate congestion throughout the city. One interesting thing about this portion of Prado Road is that it's been talked about and voted on quite a few times. The first time was with the Delidio property as the owner was trying to develop it. In 2004, he had a county-wide ballot initiative as to whether or not he could develop his property. That was shot down. So in 2006, he had a citywide ballot initiative. He redesigned the manner in which he chose to develop his property. That was passed, and then that eventually transformed into the modern San Luis Ranch development that is nearing completion. So there's currently 3 major pieces to the Prado corridor. Starting from right to left, we have the Prado extension, the Prado Bridge, and the Prado interchange. The Prado extension is currently in the pre-planning phases. It's all residing on private property. So whenever that private property owner chooses either to develop or sell, that's when the project will really start. Interestingly enough, this piece has also been subject to Measure H, which was back in 2010. A yes on Measure H would have prohibited the construction of the Prado extension, so Measure 8 failed, which has allowed the Prado extension to continue forth in planning documents. But as I mentioned, that's in the pre-planning phase. Next, we'll talk about the Prado Bridge really briefly. That proposes to remove and replace the existing bridge over San Luis Obispo Creek, widen Prado and South Higuera intersection, and that one's actually a little ahead of the interchange. It's in the final design phase with construction slated to begin in 2027. We'll dive a little deeper into the Prado interchange scope as it encompasses several portions. The first is the extension of Prado Road, across Highway 101. The second is to elevate the existing northbound on and off ramps. So when Caltrans constructed the highway in 1954, they constructed an existing at-grade interchange. So Prado Road currently terminates at Highway 101. There's a northbound on and off ramp, but there's no bridges. Everything is at that same elevation. So as part of this project, we propose to elevate the northbound on and off ramps along with that bridge across the highway. You can see in gray, we've got a realigned Elks Lane. Elks Lane is a local road that currently terminates at the Prado interchange, and that has to be realigned, of course, because the new Prado interchange is going to be about 20 feet above the existing one. So Elks Lane is going to squeeze between RTA, the Sunset Drive-In Theater, and then wrap through the 40 Prado homeless shelter. Their existing driveway will become a larger Prado and Elks Lane intersection. And that same intersection will serve as the driveway for the city's corporation yard and the city wastewater treatment plant as well. We're also looking at widening Prado Road from the highway all the way to the Prado Bridge to make sure that it's 4 lanes all the way across. And back in 2023, when we were last year presenting to council, we presented several different types of interchanges, and council concurred with staff recommendation that a tight diamond interchange style is the most appropriate for this project. And that's because it is the least expensive, it has the best operational functions, it's smoothest for traffic, and then it also allows the construction of any future southbound on and off ramps. Another important aspect of the project scope is to consider the fact that southern San Luis Obispo has a high propensity for flooding, and so the proposed project lies within the floodplain. A traditional interchange, in order to get from Prado Road above the highway and then back down to Prado Road, would call for compacted earthen ramps. That would get you up and over the highway, then you'd have a bridge across the highway and then back down on an earthen ramp. But unfortunately in this area, that would serve as a major dam for floodwater. In larger storm events, the 50 and 100 and even 500-year storm events, there's going to be a whole lot of water just standing or trying to reconnect with San Luis Obispo Creek. And so if we constructed the interchange on compacted soil ramps instead of on structure, that would serve as a dam and it would impound water. And the facilities that would impact specifically are the Regional Transit Authority, the homeless shelter, the city's corporation yard, and wastewater treatment plant. So for that reason, this is going to be a unique interchange in that it's going to be on structure. It's going to have a bunch of columns instead of those compacted soil ramps, and that's going to allow floodwaters to move north-south, east-west, reconnect with San Luis Obispo Creek, and then continue down toward the ocean. One of the advantages about waiting so long to construct an interchange is the benefits become more clear over time. This is going to be an efficient cross-town link, and city staff have made sure that it's a multimodal facility with separated and physically protected bicycle and pedestrian facilities. And that's going to be important because we're connecting regional facilities like the Regional Transit Authority and the 40 Prado homeless shelter. In terms of the benefits to vehicular traffic, because people are currently taking more circuitous routes north across Madonna or south across Los Osos Valley Road, having such an efficient crosstown link actually reduces citywide vehicle miles traveled by 0.5%, which is a rare thing to say about an interchange. And as you could imagine, that also provides some congestion relief to Madonna, Los Osos Valley Road, South Higuera, and those associated intersections, as well as the Caltrans facilities of Madonna and Los Osos Valley Road interchanges, and then of course Highway 101 itself. Because Caltrans is going to own and operate the interchange, even though the city's responsible for its design and construction, we're following the Caltrans interchange design process. It's a 4-step process, and we're currently on the cusp of step 3, which is the plans, specifications, and estimate phase. That's where we go from the concept level plans that we have all the way to plans that are ready for construction, signed, stamped, and ready to bid out to a contractor. Talking about some of the prior phases that have already been completed, the first step is called PSNR, Project Study Report. That was started in 2016 and was actually an update of the 1996 PSR report that was completed. That was completed in 2018 and was about $250,000 in terms of design fees. After that, we moved into step 2, which is the Project Alternative Environmental Document, PAED phase. That was started in 2018 and completed in 2024. That took about $1.5 million of design fees and resulted in several trips to council, a few consent items as well in 2022, as well as in 2023, when we were here talking about the preferred style of interchange and then making sure council agreed with staff's recommendation to move the environmental document forward. So over the past 5 years, we've been here about 5 times talking about this project. So looking at the next phase, the plan, specifications, and estimate phase, PS&E. This, as I mentioned, is the final design where we're trying to get plans ready to bid. And so the city decided to seek consultant services given the size and complexity of this project and agreed with Caltrans upon using the qualifications-based selection method. And that's where each interested design consultant submits 2 proposals. One proposal is your qualifications and how you think the best way to complete this project is. The second sealed proposal is your design fee. So we had a few people apply and they each submitted 2 proposals, and we graded everyone based on their qualifications, their experience, and the project schedule. Once we chose the winner, we then unsealed their second proposal and got the approximate amount that their design fees would be. Because the PS&E is going to be such a long phase, it's broken up into multiple individual tasks. That first phase is implementing the value analysis recommendations, and I've got a slide about that, so I'll talk about that a little more in detail in just a second. The second phase, once we go from implementing value analysis recommendations, is getting the plans signed, stamped, and ready to advertise. And then the third phase is assisting the city with advertising and awarding to a contractor for construction. The value analysis was completed in the previous PAED phase, and that's a required third-party review of the Prado interchange as part of the Caltrans interchange process. So we had a third party lead a week-long workshop where we, city and our current design staff, sat down with other design and Caltrans professionals, and we looked at ways to reduce the project's overall cost as well as its construction schedule. And they recommended five items that we further consider and discuss with Caltrans. The first one is using cast-in drilled hole instead of driven pile, and that's just a different foundation type. About 60 to 70% of a bridge's cost is actually in the foundations. So if we can make those foundations simpler to construct and make few of them, then that is going to be a cost savings. The second is creating and designing longer span precast girders. And if your girders are 90 feet, and if you can make them 150 or even 200 feet, that reduces the number of columns and therefore your foundation cost. Recommendations 3, 4, and 5 will require more coordination with Caltrans. The recommendation 3 is about reducing the vehicle speed from a design speed of 45 miles an hour to 35 miles an hour. And the intent there is to create tighter vertical curves. So you go from Prado Road up and over the bridge and then back down to Prado Road more quickly. And the intent there is to reduce the length of the bridge overall. Recommendation number 4 is all about reducing the lane widths from 12 feet wide to 11 or 10.5 feet wide with the intention of making the overall structure narrower. And then recommendation number 5 is all about utilizing as many recycled materials as possible. So once we had the PS&E scoped out, we sent out a request for proposal and 6 firms applied. City and Caltrans staff reviewed all 6 proposals and chose 4 for a further interview. And we decided that Consor was the best firm for this job. They had phenomenal interchange experience, they had the best project understanding, and they also had the most reasonable schedule. So one of staff's recommendations is going to be award the design contract to Consor. Consor's schedule broken up into each phase. You can see the first phase is about 12 months. That's implementing the value analysis recommendation. The second phase, going from there all the way to plans that are signed and ready to bid, is 36 months. And then bidding and construction support, bidding and award support, is an additional 6 months. So that gets us out to fall of 2029. When reviewing the schedule, some of the key considerations that staff made were looking at things that were to some extent outside of our control. A big one that always comes up is right-of-way. There are some right-of-way needs as we widen Prado Road toward South Higuera Street. Utility coordination is another important factor to consider. Making sure that third-party utilities like AT&T, PG&E, and SoCalGas are aware of the project, have time to design, and then ultimately move their facilities out of our way. And then, of course, the amount of time it takes City and Caltrans to review such a large and complicated project, as this will likely result in 400 or 500 sheets at a time, and so it's going to take time for City and Caltrans staff to review those items. So after we determined that Consor was the most qualified firm, we went ahead and unsealed their second proposal and determined that their design fee was to be $9 million. So in addition to that, we also looked at a few other items that we want to complete in the PS&E phase. The first is making sure that we have extra design contingency in case we decide to expand Consor's scope, in case there's a lot of back and forth between the city, Consor, and Caltrans on negotiating items. We want to make sure that we have some extra funding available for that. Another item is a third-party review, and that's seeking out another interchange design consultant, having them review our plans and specifications and making sure that they're durable, constructible, and of the highest quality possible. Another item, as I mentioned, is right-of-way acquisition, and that's something that we'll want to start as soon as possible in the PS&E phase. And then that last item is utilities relocation, and that's the cost splitting between the city and PG&E when we choose to underground facilities in this area. And so one of staff's recommendations is to appropriate that $9.9 million of San Luis Ranch bond proceeds towards the design of this project. That, plus the funds that we already have in the account, will be sufficient to cover the cost of the PS&E phase. So the next steps along the project specification and estimate phase would be to award the contract to Consor. Then the city, Consor, and Caltrans would sign a cooperative agreement that helps specify things like conflict resolution and roles and responsibility. After that, we move into the first phase of PS&E. That's that value analysis. And then, of course, after that, we'll move into the second phase, headed towards 65%, 90, 100, and then final plans. Looking beyond at the construction phase, we do have a construction cost estimate from 2023, and that's $84.9 million. But of course, we have to escalate that out to the design year. And looking at the California Construction Cost Index, we've been inflating at about 6% per year since 2018. And so you can see we've highlighted the $119 million. So that's those dollars escalated out to 2031, the construction midpoint. And I should mention that there will be some cost splitting between SLO County, the San Luis Obispo Council of Government, SLOCOG, as well as the San Luis Ranch Development. Once we look at the cost it will take to construct the interchange, we also have to consider construction administration costs, and those are just design assistance. It would be another contract with Consor to help us review technical items like concrete mixes, or if the contractor's interested in reducing the size of a column, for example, then Consor would be on as construction design support. We also have construction management and inspection budgeted there as well. That's making sure we have sufficient inspectors on those big days when we're drilling, pouring, bending rebar, and then also making sure that we have sufficient office staff to help handle the paperwork, the back and forth, and the communication between the city, Caltrans, and the contractor. So that totals up the construction phase to be $132 million, plus that $16 million of PS&E, and you can see we're at a grand total of $148 million. So staff's recommendation is to continue on to the plan specifications and estimate phase, but we also have prepared a few slides looking at a no-build option as well as a reduced scale overpass option. So when we're looking at not proceeding with the interchange, perhaps the first thing that comes to mind are the potential traffic impacts. And so the city asked a local traffic consultant to model traffic impacts looking out to 2045, assuming everything in the general plan is built out, and then assuming our existing mode share being the split between pedestrians, bicycles, transit, and vehicles. If that goes all the way to 2045, what will those impacts be? And you could initially look at and see a whole bunch of green on South Higuera Street, which seems pretty great. Unfortunately, when we're looking at urban networks, what typically ends up being the issue are intersections. So your intersection is too small and people are waiting multiple green lights to proceed through an intersection versus you don't have enough lanes, for example. And so you can see the most impacted areas are Madonna and Los Osos Valley Road. Looking more specifically at queuing, if you, for example, are headed down South Higuera and you're going to want to take a right onto Los Osos Valley Road to get onto the highway, during peak hours, you'll notice that vehicles will queue all the way past Tank Farm Road. Around that same time, Los Osos Valley Road will be so impacted, bumper to bumper, that if you're trying to get on and off the highway, you will not be able to, and so you'll have vehicles queuing and then spilling onto Mainline 101. Looking up at the Madonna interchange, if you're trying to get on and off of Madonna Road from Highway 101, that's going to be challenging because vehicles are going to be queued all the way along Madonna Road. So again, we'll see impacts onto Highway 101. And if you are going north along Higuera Street and you want to make a left to get onto Madonna Road, again, to access the highway, you'll notice that we have queuing spilling all the way past Bridge Street. So we're definitely looking at a degraded user experience as people are waiting for 3 or 4 green lights or green arrows to make that left turn. To make that right turn, people are sitting on the on and off ramps and potentially on the highway. So because of these impacts, the city would have new congestion and new safety issues, and we would have to look at a slew of new mitigation projects to help address those impacts. And that could be anything from widening the on and off ramps on Madonna or Los Osos Valley Road interchanges. It could be widening the intersection at Los Osos Valley Road and South Higuera streets. We're not entirely sure. That would require additional staff and consultant assistance to help identify where those impacts would be most profound and what the best projects to address those would be. Of course, the developments that have already entitled are in construction or have already been constructed, they've all assumed construction of the Prado interchange, so we would have to seek new development assistance, city assistance, or some mix of the two in order to fund and implement these next slew of mitigation projects. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Whitney.
Thank you. I'm just going to jump in for this one slide to take a moment to speak a little bit to the no-build option, because I think it sort of defies logic that pulling out of the project would create more work and take more time and energy and create potentially more impacts, because stopping this project means going back into a number of adopted city plans, as well as taking a look at a lot of entitled projects that relied on this project to mitigate for their impacts. And so I just wanted to take a moment to kind of highlight some of that. We would, as Wyatt mentioned, need to take a look at our environmental documents on projects that have been entitled and maybe haven't been built out yet, to determine to what degree did they rely on this project to mitigate their traffic impacts or potential safety impacts. We would also need to take a close look at our TIF program, our Transportation or Traffic Impact Fee program. The chart up there identifies where the language lives in the impact fee program that shows the need and use of the funds for this project. And on top of that, because this project has been identified in our circulation element in our general plan going back to 1994, and then in the updates since then, we would need to take a look at revising our circulation element, and most likely it would impact our land use element as well. It would take a significant work effort, and because of the ways that this project has been integrated to our long-term planning and has been used as a mitigation for traffic and safety impacts, we believe we'd need to get on that effort immediately, because what could happen is new projects that come through the door would have a potentially significant environmental impact that we wouldn't be able to mitigate, or we don't have an identified solution. Right now, our identified solution is this project, and it's what we've been working on since 1994 in some respects. And so I just wanted to highlight, these are the issues and the areas that we would need to take time to jump into and fully evaluate and come up with some alternative backup, an alternative plan, and then present that to council, and then have it worked into our adopted general plan and circulation elements. Because of the seriousness of the impact on our development around the city, we think that would also mean we would need to likely look at shifting other work efforts that are currently underway. So we would come to council with a list of other projects that we're currently working on, largely in the long-range planning area. So perhaps some of our specific plan amendments that we're processing now, and other work that our transportation engineering team is working on as well, all of that would need to kind of be looked at and kind of restructured to make sure that we're able to address this need going forward. So because of those kind of high level looks at things, I wanted to just jump in, articulate a little bit of that on behalf of our team, and to make sure you're all aware of what would be entailed if we were to pull back at this point in time. So happy to also talk more when we get into discussions about funding options as well, if those questions come up. So thank you.
Thank you for that overview.
Perfect. Thank you, Whitney. So another alternative that staff also considered was a reduced scale overpass only. And I've got an example of one that was recently constructed in Woodland, California. And you can see there's no on and off ramps. It's a bridge across Highway 101. And we could have one for pedestrians and bicycles. We could also add a transit or emergency vehicle only lane as well. So if we were to proceed with a reduced scale overpass only alternative, we would need to reject Consor, rescope the project, and then re-advertise for a new design consultant. Then we'd need to reach out to Caltrans to make sure that they would accept and maintain this structure over Highway 101 because it doesn't have the same benefits to their operations and their impact. That would be another discussion with Caltrans. Otherwise, the city could move forward with construction, but would be liable for maintenance in perpetuity. But let's assume Caltrans decides to own and maintain the structure, then we would just restart the Caltrans interchange design process. So we'd start over at the PSNR phase, move into PAED, and then we anticipate about 9 years later, I would be back here asking for permission to go to the PS&E phase once more. So this holds a significant schedule delay. If we look at the potential construction cost savings between an overpass and an interchange, as I mentioned, that overpass only option is now about 9 years delayed, and I've accelerated that out an additional 8 years, assuming a quicker build time than the interchange itself. And so you can see inflation definitely eats into the potential cost savings that we could see there. And I will say this is a very high level cost estimate on the overpass. For example, I'm not sure if that pedestrian, bicycle, transit only overpass would be in the same alignment. Would it be north, south? Would the existing ramps at Prado be maintained? There's a lot of questions that we don't know at this point, and so we'd have to, of course, get into scoping that and seek a new designer to help us with all these things. So then if we look at comparing the grand total as to where we are now with the interchange versus an overpass only option, once again, you can see the cost savings are not perhaps as appealing as one would hope. You can see that I factored in those additional design fees as well as those reduced construction costs. So if the interchange was to cost $148 million, we anticipate the overpass to be about $120 million. So you can see we have the staff recommendations here. We wanted to end the presentation and stop for questions.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Lots of acronyms, and thank you for continuing to say what they are, because I know there's a lot of people that kind of come in and out at different moments, so appreciate that. When I look at the Consor proposal with the reduction option, is there a way that it would be seen as potentially a change order and reducing what they're looking at as they're analyzing in that analyzing phase versus a whole entire go out to RFP, go out to bid all over again?
Yeah, if this is in reference to moving from the interchange to an overpass only option, I would say that staff would want to take time to rescope the proposal, meet with Caltrans, make sure that's really the way that we want to go. For Consor, their design fees would have to be held for at least another year, and so it's unlikely that either the city or Consor would want to hold the proposal and fees as is. It's more likely that we would, because this is a new project, have to start over, go through the qualifications-based selection process, and then perhaps Consor or another firm would come out as most qualified.
Great, thank you. I thought that was clear, but I just wanted to double check. And then going back to City Manager, when you were sharing your slide, if you don't mind going back to that one, Wyatt. That one. The one thing that's kind of missing from this, I think, is the unbraiding conversation, which I think that you started to go into, and I don't know if you want to share a little bit more about how we unpeel all the different funds, which I know that we don't have that answer right now, but I just wondered if you could kind of expand a little bit more on that, like you did in my agenda review.
Sure. So there are a lot of legal ramifications to unbraiding the project from both our reliance for CEQA purposes as well as the funding that we've received. So we would have to go through a careful analysis of could that funding be reprogrammed in some way, or we would need to come up with an alternative solution to the problems that were identified that the projects were paying into to mitigate. So that's a long way of saying we're not completely sure. We're also not sure, exactly which projects would be potentially implicated because there are a lot of them, as well as we would likely need to look at prioritizing as well to determine which things are coming up, which things could be implicated sooner than others. And so there'd be a pretty hefty work effort to identify all of them and then identify the solution going forward.
Great, thank you. I have a few other questions, but I'll go ahead and move on to my colleagues. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm interested in a statement that you made that Caltrans will own the finished product, imagining that we do have a finished product sometime. So does this mean they'll maintain it, or is the city still on the hook for maintenance?
Yeah, so the city would likely have to sign a maintenance agreement between the city and Caltrans as we get closer to construction. But for the existing interchanges we have, the city is typically responsible for maintaining street lighting, the asphalt, and then the concrete superstructure, and then the concrete substructure, the foundations, would all be maintained by Caltrans.
Okay, now, is there any possibility that Caltrans will help finance the interchange?
I was reaching out to our contact at Caltrans and asking the question, Is that possible? With the passage of Senate Bill 45 back in 1997, the state directed Caltrans to focus on maintenance and safety projects, and so they would be unlikely to finance it unless we found another way through regional funding. So at this point, they're offering their design assistance and to take ownership at the end of the project.
Okay, so we have SLOCOG and possibly the county and the San Luis Obispo Ranch funds that have been sequestered. Those are the only funding options that we know of at the time, or are there other possible funding options?
City Manager, did you want to add to that?
Sure. So those funds are what we know we have on hand now. SLOCOG has committed funds. They uncommitted them, but have stated a commitment to recommit them in the future. And so while we don't have them in hand, we believe they will be when we're ready to go to construction. I will say there are many different options that we will continue to run to ground for how to fund this project that take the burden off of the debt service that we would be talking about in debt capacity. I mean, that is by far our number one goal, is to reduce the amount of funding that, our taxpayers will be needing to put into completing this project. There are lots of different ways that could come to be. Speaking with Pete Rogers at SLOCOG, their potential tax measure that they may be seeking in the future would enable the system and SLOCOG specifically to increase the amount of funding they would have available for projects like this, to allow the county to be a self-help county, which would then enable the county and the region as a whole to qualify for even more funding from the state in particular. This project would be a really high priority for SLOCOG, and funding from that additional source as well. And so one estimate I was given was we would go from about $40 million in funds that SLOCOG might be able to allocate over 5 years to about 180. And on top of that, it's essentially like a match or a seed funding that enables us to qualify for even greater grant amounts. So that's one possibility, but obviously that's a big lift because that requires a tax measure to get passed. There's legislation that has been introduced to allow SLOCOG to seek that measure without it eating up the tax cap essentially for local sales tax. So they're taking steps to try to at least get that before the people for a vote. There are other options that we'll be continuing to explore for financing that when other types of tax increment options we could look at that might make us a little bit more competitive. And again, really looking at all available grant options in order to make this come together and work. So lots of work will be going into trying to secure that funding.
Thank you.
Mr. Horn, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'll just add one thing. And when you got 99.9% of it, the only thing I would add is recommendation 5 allows for us to obtain lobbying services. And really the intent of that is to try to help find money to help fund this project. So as we're entering into the PS&E phase, the plan specification and estimates phase of this project, it becomes more and more likely that we can receive other people's funding to help build this. And so we want to make sure that we're in our best space possible to obtain that.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks, do you have any more?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Horn, you kind of got at my first question there at the end. Is it my understanding that we need to complete this phase before we become really eligible for additional funds? We have some pots already, but in order to get new funds, we would need to move ahead with this next stage. Is that right?
Yes, in essence, that's completely correct. The only thing I'd offer is initially when we go into the PS&E phase, as we enter that phase, we're much more likely to obtain grant funding than in the PA and ED phase, or the project approval environment document. But as we get closer to completion of the plan specification estimate phase, we become even more a viable funding partner for grants. So as we get closer to fruition, closer to the project, closer to actually being able to execute, we become a much better risk for people to put their money on.
Because it's kind of seen as a shovel-ready project, is that right?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. So I know we've been talking about and making progress on this project for a really long time, and obviously there's really huge impacts on our future traffic patterns if we go with the no build option. But I think for most people, the price tag on this thing is just shocking, right? So if we get through this next stage and we have kind of a more concrete idea of how much this thing's actually going to cost, and we're kind of fishing around for grants, but we're not finding anything to bridge the gap, do we have off ramps? Can we stop it at that stage and say, okay, we've done our due diligence, this thing's just too much, and we're no longer willing to go down this path?
Absolutely. Council will have multiple off ramps in the future if council chooses to exercise those. So initially we'll have well, if council agrees to move forward with the project tonight, we'll have a contract in place. That contract for design services will start. We will go through the right-of-way process, and so we'll be meeting with council, most likely in closed session, then in public forum again to obtain right-of-way. We'll also be working on probably the advertisement of the project. So once we get complete and we're ready to go, we'll have a funding plan and a request to advertise the project for construction bids, which is another off-ramp for you as well. We've been to council 5 times in the last 5 years. I would imagine that you might see something similar to that in the near future of like specific actions this project will be requesting of council, in addition to the budget updates that occur, the major city goal updates that occur, where you can get more information as well. So I would, in short, I would say you would have multiple off-ramps in the future.
I know there's kind of a feeling, maybe not shared by my colleagues, but there's a feeling that the further you get into these projects and the more steps you take, kind of the harder it is then to step back from them. And I'm wondering if we get to that next stage, we've completed it, we're looking for grant funding, but we're also trying to build Fire Station 5 and some of these other big projects, and the debt funding just isn't looking great for us. Would that change of course at that stage then necessitate a return of funds? Are we obligating funds tonight that then would have to be unwound, untangled, whatever the language was that we were using earlier?
Go ahead. No. What you're doing tonight will not need to be unwound or untangled for the action that staff's recommending for you. And so staff's recommending that council award the design contract for tonight. Actually, and staff's also recommending that we use proceeds that are specific to this project to use for that fee. So if we don't use that money for Prado Road interchange, it's not readily apparent that we can use it for anything else.
Okay.
So is there an impact, the financial impact for what we're doing tonight? Yes. Is it money that we can use for any other purpose? Unlikely, but to be determined.
Okay. And if we decide to move ahead with this stage, or actually the entire thing, we decide we're moving ahead, we're going to do this interchange, does that necessitate the eventual construction of the through project of Prado all the way to Broad Street? Are there consequences for building this element and then not eventually moving ahead with other elements?
I would love to answer that, but I think Luke is actually the best person to answer that question. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, Council, Luke Schwartz, Transportation Manager. This project, the interchange itself has independent utility from the future extension of Prado to Broad. Well, there's obviously a long-term vision of east-west connectivity from between like the major corridors on the east side of town on Broad Street and Madonna Road. The interchange itself can be built with or without that. It has value. It didn't rely on the extension to Broad happening to still have utility as its own solo project. So there's still value in getting the crossing in, even if that happens 5 years from now or never.
Thank you. And while I have you, since we got a little bit of correspondence on this, is the additional through line all the way to Broad Street, is that also envisioned as a 4-lane highway all the way across?
The description of that future road in the general plan is a multi-lane arterial street, as you described. With the analysis we've done recently, what we're seeing with the current best information we have of what the rest of our build out looks like, is that if you have Prado extended all the way with 4 lanes, it eliminates the need to be doing other widening on that middle stretch of Tank Farm that's really constrained. Vice versa, if you did some widening to have that capacity on Tank Farm, you might be able to get away with a single lane in each direction on Prado. You'd probably still have to widen at the intersections, but that's something that we'd be looking at in more detail when that project is something that is more of a near-term project. Say, what is the need that we know right now? And there's strategies to design that so that you could provide the capacity you need now with the flexibility to add additional lanes in the future, get the right-of-way that you might need in the future, but you don't have to build it all at once.
Thank you. So it's kind of a potentially an either or with Tank Farm versus Prado, or?
That's what we've seen, is that if Prado goes in, there's less of a need to add all that capacity on Tank Farm. And honestly, there's constraints that might prohibit the ability to actually do the widening along the whole stretch of Tank Farm. There's new kind of wetland areas that have been remediated. There's some contamination concerns, so that might not even be a possibility. I would say with any future extension of Prado East, is we should be thinking about phasing strategies to limit the upfront costs while preserving the capacity we might want in the long term if it's needed.
Thank you so much. And I think maybe just one more for.
I think city manager might want to add to that too.
Sorry, if I actually was hoping to go back briefly to the question about funding for this phase and what happens if at some point in the future we kind of stop or pull back. I think it's important to note the funding source that we are recommending we use for this next step. About $10 million of that is funds from the CFD that was created for San Luis Ranch, issued bonds for the purpose of building infrastructure. And that included one of the goals of that was to fund this project. So that money can't be spent anywhere else in the city or for other projects. And so it would be used for the purpose that it was intended to be used for and would not need to be, clawed back. It would be different if we decided to not move forward with the project. We would need to figure out exactly what does that mean for bonds that were issued in part to pay for this infrastructure that we've decided to not build. It would create a question. So in addition to the fee, kind of going back to the mayor's question, the CFD bond proceeds would create another need and be a complicated issue that requires lawyers above my pay grade to help us through that. In addition, we do have funds on hand, just a direct cash payment from San Luis Ranch that was intended to pay for development of this project as well. And so all those pieces are in play that we kind of talked about the kind of funding sources and summary of the cash we have on hand. So again, that money would not need to be given back, but if we decide to not move forward with a project, we would need to figure out what then.
Okay, so sorry, just a quick follow-up clarification. So if we get through the next phase, we've used that $9 million to finish this next step, and then at that point, put the brakes on the project, we would or we would not need to return those funds?
I don't believe we would. We would have spent them already on the effort to complete the project, and even at that point in time, because the same constraints and concerns and issues would be in place in terms of how are we going to address these impacts that we've identified that are not going to be addressed by this project anymore. How do we enable future development in the city in order to keep things flowing and allowing for growth? Those issues will still be in play. And so what we might be talking about at that point is an analysis of alternatives given where we're at with funding constraints, rather than just saying this is, I'm thinking of a Monty Python sketch, like the bird who ceased to be, it is no longer, there's a different ways that we could go about the conversation that maybe, that's at least probably what staff would advocate for at that point. I don't know if that helps.
And my last question, you had that great pie chart up about the number of local trips versus regional trips. And forgive me, I know this was something we talked about in our 221, but for the purposes of the public being a part of this conversation, we already have our contribution from the county. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. It's $1.4 million.
And that's not reflective, obviously, of 30% of the project costs, despite 30% of the project costs being from, or 30% of the project really being necessitated from regional trips.
Yes, that's correct. The idea was it would be split between SLOCOG and SLO County to represent that regional share.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, and probably don't go far, Luke. Vice Mayor Shorsman.
Thank you. First of all, just thank you for all the work that you all have put in on this. I know that there's been some planning, staff time spent on this all the way back to '94. So in some ways, it feels like we're coming in at the end, but this is the important end where we're actually talking about the money. So that's obvious, probably why all the questions about the money. And so I'm going to piggyback on my colleagues with their questions about the money and something that was on your slides related to TIF fees, and just wondering, I know we've talked about it in the staff report, it talks about the San Luis Ranch bond proceeds and the amount of money that's set aside by San Luis Ranch. And I know you can't give me estimates of like how much staff time has already been spent, and you did outline that there's been 1.75 million-ish and other types of funding that's been used so far, but do we have you mentioned a project account at the beginning of this. Do we have, besides the San Luis Ranch money set aside from TIF or from anything else already? Like, is there a base for this yet? And if you can't answer, it's okay. I just thought I'd try.
Yeah, the current TIF balance is already programmed to the project to support these pre-construction efforts.
Okay.
The money that I would say is in hand to lead towards construction is the direct contribution from San Luis Ranch, which at this point is maybe a little over 20% of the construction cost. A affirmed commitment from SLOCOG to reprogram 10% of the construction costs in regional funds. And then we'll likely be collecting additional TIF revenues between now and when we be ready to bid the project that would be available to use towards the project. Most likely, we're probably looking at a scenario we have maybe 30 to 40% of the project costs funded and in hand, and be seeking outside grants and other funding strategies to bridge that gap.
Okay, thank you. We had some questions, and I know you answered some in the agenda correspondence about EIRs and NMDs, and I'm using a lot of acronyms and jargon, but environmental impact report types of documents. And it was mentioned earlier that there are a lot of environmental impact reports from some of the other developments that are dependent on some type of overpass or interchange happening in order to allow those projects to go forward. Has there been an EIR on this particular project or on the other section of the Prado Road extension that we need to kind of keep in mind as we go forward with any of this?
Yes, there has been. An ISM&D was reviewed and approved by council in 2023 as part of the Prado interchange specifically. The Prado Bridge also has an ISM&D that was reviewed and approved by council in 2022. And then once the Prado extension is formalized and in the planning process, then they would be able to assess the environmental impacts and start down a similar CEQA document, be it an ISM&D or EIR.
And what determines whether or not something needs an NMD or a full EIR?
That would be whether or not you can mitigate the impacts. So for example, the impacts to a riparian system, is that something you can mitigate with best construction practices, with offsite planting? Another example would be community impacts you cannot mitigate, for example, visual or sound impacts. And so with the Prado Interchange and Prado Bridge projects, there were significant impacts that could be mitigated down through good construction practices, offsite mitigation, clever design of the bridge to make sure that we minimize the community and environmental impacts.
Okay, thank you for that. The alternatives that were given were a pedestrian and bike overpass or a transit lane, but I didn't see any alternatives for just a narrower overpass or a narrower interchange, and that seems just logically like something that would be less expensive and may actually have some other impacts for, it's hard to think about this project without thinking about the Prado Road Bridge as well, and maybe allow us to make that narrower and a little less expensive. So was that considered as an option? And if so, why are we not looking at that as an alternative now?
And when you say narrow, you mean vehicle narrow still?
Yeah,
like one way versus the 4 lanes?
Exactly, right? Right now, we're talking about 4 lanes plus a median lane in between. And, you know, what's to stop us from considering 1 lane each direction with a median in between or something like that? And wouldn't that be less expensive?
Yes, it would certainly be less expensive initially. I think staff has some concerns about the long-term operational impact of only having 1 lane in each direction and having a smaller intersection at Prado and the on and off ramp, or at Prado and Elks Lodge intersections, Elks Lane intersections, excuse me. So that's definitely something that we could consider if council were to direct us as part of that first phase during the value analysis portion. We could also look at a narrower cross-section and then analyze the operational impacts to see if that's worthy of further consideration.
Did you want to add to that, Mr. Horn?
Sure, yeah, if you don't mind. So there's some lane narrowing that's included in the value analysis portion of it, so that's not actually removal of travel lanes. One thing that we have to remember is we're part of a team that's delivering this project, and so our ultimate, vision for what it should be it's part of the equation, but not the final answer to what we want to build. So we need to work in conjunction with Caltrans for the number of lanes and how it's going to operate safely. And so as we've gotten to the stage of the project, the preferred alternative that we've selected includes these number of lanes. And so what we're doing in the value analysis is asking to maybe just decrease the size of the lane from a 12-foot lane to 11-foot lane to try to, get 4 or 5 feet through the entire bridge width, but not eliminate numbers of lanes. If we do that, we kind of need to take a step back to where we were and kind of do that alternative, look at it operationally, and run that through the preferred alternative selection process.
So reading between the lines, what you're saying, that means like another 9 or 10 or more years of going back to the drawing board, basically? Is that correct?
I can, not to speak to the time frame involved, I think, so as Mr. Horn explained, working with Caltrans through the process, we do evaluate a number of alternatives, and that's part of what's normal when trying to work through a design process with Caltrans. It also tends to be needed as part of a CEQA analysis as well. And so there comes a point in every one of these massive interchange projects that there's an alternative selected to go to this next phase. And so that step occurred for us in September of 2023 with a presentation on the CEQA document as well. So once that was done, Caltrans took that and used that as the approval of their project report. So in order to look at other alternatives again, we would be going back through that process, both from a CEQA standpoint, but probably more importantly through the Caltrans project report approval process. And this was the alternative that came out of that process that included review by our committees as well, and staff on lots of levels, and some discussions with council too. If I can take like 1 more minute to just say, because these projects are so big and and so expensive and take so long, they naturally take multiple councils and lifespans of councils to get to that conclusion. And I think everyone wrestles with the same issue, because you're the ones who are being asked to move it to that next level. And you have the same questions that we all would have when faced with a new question or a new massive decision to be making. So I just want to acknowledge that it's a totally normal kind of desire, and we want to let you know we totally understand that, wanting to get into alternatives to also show everybody that we have exhausted those and made sure we're making a sound investment in addition to making a wise choice about moving forward. So That's all for me. Thank you.
And that's page 246 for the Caltrans declared alternative 3, just so we have it for future.
Yeah, thank you. And I had the benefit of agenda review this morning, and so I asked some of these questions, but I feel like it's important for the public to hear that we probably did look at a lot of these alternatives, and maybe it was even addressed in the value analysis before, well, we could do 3 lanes instead of 5, but here we are, and it's $148 million now. So we're looking for ways that, you know, we can meet the demands that we need to meet, but also when you're looking at financing financing $100 million, and that's a big chunk of our regular capital improvement plan budget each year to pay the financing charges. That's a lot of money. So sorry, last real question, because it was brought up in some of our emails, was about the 3-phased approach. And this consort contract is it's total with contingencies and all the things, it's $16 million that we're looking at. Is it possible, because we know we're looking at long-term traffic impacts, maybe we don't need to have everything done and ready to go by 2029? Is it possible to spread those phases out and therefore the costs out a little bit further so that we have a little bit more time to assess and review what our funding options might be?
Yes, I do believe that is possible. I think we're talking about splitting the interchange up into a couple phases. The first one might be just a 2-lane bridge, and then we would continue to expand that and produce different plan sets on a different timeline. But I do think that is possible. It would require a renegotiation of the contract with Consor if we choose to move forward.
Okay, so the costs of that are probably unknown if we had to renegotiate that.
That is correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Schwarzman, I will offer that just the natural occurrence of letting a contract with Consor and the design process will allow for the slower cash flow. So we don't pay them, we pay them as they work on the project. So they have a, kind of a uniform burn rate of funding as we go through the different months. So we'll be able to terminate for convenience or cause, depending as we go through the process, if we want to try to reduce that cost. And also too is something to kind of think about is tonight we're looking in the contract letting amount of 6 million. And so that is the contract value. The 16 million is some ancillary costs that are associated with the delivery of the plan specification and estimate portion of the project. So just like some minor clerical issues there.
And well, it was the right-of-way acquisition, it was the third-party review, it was all of those things, right? Contingencies and.
Absolutely, yeah. So the contract value, I think, is like $9.6 million, and then the other items of work that will happen kind of around that time are listed there.
Right, okay, thank you for that clarification. And if I read the proposal correctly, there will be more traffic analysis as part of the Consor contract. There will be more community engagement. There were some other things that we probably have done a lot of over time, but our community has changed, and so there might be differences of opinion now. Am I reading that all correctly, that there would still be a public process as part of Consor's work?
Yes, that is correct. I think I anticipate 2 additional public meetings to present the project as we continue through the value analysis and then as we get closer to advertising. And then we do anticipate going through some of our advisory boards, and then they would be under contract to be sitting right here with us if ever we return to present to you as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. Hopefully start with a few easier ones. The first is, would we pursue the Elks relocation even if we weren't doing the interchange, or if the interchange were to be delayed for some period of time as we seek funding?
If we went with an overpass only option, right now I had assumed that some relocation to Elks Lane would be necessary. If we're choosing to phase the interchange out, we would still most likely, just for convenience of contract and for cost savings, include the Elks Lane relocation with the construction of the interchange.
Do you think we would get, are there benefits just from the Elks relocation outside of the interchange improvements that at some point, if we're still looking for funding, we would say, hey, we really want those Elks relocation benefits. Let's go ahead and do that project while we continue to look for the interchange project? Or are these things really so interlinked we wouldn't do one without the other?
The benefits to the Elks Lane realignment, assuming there's no interchange in place, is really you get some additional sidewalk connectivity that doesn't exist now, an improved bus stop and turnout that's closer to the 40 Prado Center. Outside of that, I don't know that that has a lot of independent utility just on its own. So for example, if the interchange was never happening, we probably wouldn't be looking to realign Elks Lane.
Okay. Thanks. There's an estimate on there, I believe, for $2 million for right-of-way acquisition. How confident are we in that being the final cost?
Right-of-way acquisition is always difficult, and I would say that was based on a 2021 number that I then inflated by 50% with the intent that that would be enough during negotiations, but I'm definitely not certain as negotiations would continue on.
I was going to say, would you come back to us if
Yes, we would come back to you with the change number.
it exceeded
Yes.
the number?
Yeah, yes, we would come back to you for authorization to even begin negotiations. And I would say that the right-of-way number that we have, confidence is low. What the final dollar amount will be based on, a number of different factors moving forward.
I'm trying to understand a little bit about the implications of the project continuing to be delayed, not through any direct choice that we're making, but through, if we get to the phase where we complete this phase, we're sort of ready to go for construction, but we're not finding the external dollars and debt financing is not appearing to be a viable path. So, we're sitting here 10 years from now having similar conversations about where's the money going to come from, and now the interchange is even more expensive possibly. Are there, if we're 10 years out and we still have not managed, as we're trying, but we've not managed as a city to get the interchange built, are there some potential implications to the city, particularly from Caltrans? I know we had discussed in the briefing that part of what this project will do is help alleviate potentially in the future some queuing on the ramps, on the 101 ramps, and that if queuing problems do become an issue on the 101 ramps, it could affect potential future development in the city. So if we do keep getting delayed and we've the reason I'm asking is sort of if we say like, this is our solution, right, to all our problems, and 10 years from now, it's not the solution because we can't build it, or we're still delayed. Are there ramifications for doing that, particularly Caltrans?
Sure. What we'll likely see is impacts that are now being projected as cumulative or out year in our planning horizon, as we're going through individual analyses for individual development projects, are going to start showing up as short-term or existing deficiencies. So if we have a housing project, for example, that's coming in through the entitlement process, what we were previously seeing as like an impact that might happen 20 years out, where we collect a share of funds that we continue progress towards the interchange now, and a direct project impact, if it's exacerbating a congested location or something that could be considered a safety issue. For things that are on the city's our streets, it's a policy choice. The council could say we're willing to accept those interim impacts. Where you could have more of a challenge in terms of like a CEQA concern would be, as you mentioned, if you're starting to see something that could be construed as a safety concern on the Caltrans system or on the city system. So if we start seeing portions of the city where we're not hitting our emergency response targets and we have a housing project or development that's going to exacerbate congestion, that could be something that needs to be looked at in greater detail. It could lead to mitigation requirements outside of just building the interchange or doing, other widenings. It could be things like, how can we improve emergency response if we want new development to move forward, but there's these congestion bottlenecks. On the state highway system, with changes to CEQA, Caltrans concerns with congestion on the main line aren't really environmental concerns any longer, but it's, as you mentioned, if we have queuing that starts to spill back onto the main line or issues that they're seeing as a safety concern, it could lead to mitigation requirements, such as costly improvements at the existing interchange ramps at Madonna, LVR, if Prado can't be advanced sooner.
Yeah, it's interesting that Caltrans puts that responsibility on us rather than themselves, but that's an editorial comment, I suppose.
I'm going to have City Manager add to your question.
Oh, okay, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, just to kind of play out that scenario a little bit more. The problem becomes that the next project that comes in that kicks that threshold, we are looking at potentially needing to do an EIR and adopting overrides to enable the project to move forward, even if it's rather small. The solution would be solving that problem of queuing and safety concerns on the main line, and we would need to come up with some arrangement with the developer of the project, who for sure would not be able to fund whatever that full-scale solution would be. Neither would the city would be in a similar position. So it's that's just to give an example and put a little bit of color on the concern about not moving forward with another option. And this is the one that we've identified and been relying upon in our environmental documents. It starts to hang up future projects. And if this isn't the solution, then something else would need to be identified. And it wouldn't necessarily be, say, the city that would have to come forward. It would really hang up those developments, in which case then it becomes an issue for us to try to solve as well.
Could we be in a situation in the future where Caltrans is expecting us to add the southbound lanes ramps as well?
I don't foresee a scenario where they're asking us to advance them, because it would increase the spacing or decrease the spacing between ramps. It would have a negative impact on mainline traffic flows. I think it would be more along the lines of, we want to improve that access by having southbound ramps there and waiting to the point where it's truly warranted based on the traffic analysis. And within the current 20-year horizon, it wasn't needed. Even though it's in our general plan, we wanted it, and Caltrans wasn't supportive of it. But from what we see, there's going to be other costly improvements needed to minimize those impacts of adding another closely spaced ramp, including things like essentially a frontage road where all the merging happens, that could increase the cost beyond just adding ramps to an interchange that we might build as phase one with just the northbound ramps.
Councilmember Boswell,
Yes.
if I add one item of information for you? Sure. Your last question started out with, what's the value of having the projects that not be funded? Having a shovel-ready construction project of this magnitude is a value. It's something that we'll be able to take off the shelf and execute very quickly. It's also very readily fundable with ebbs and flows in different, federal and state and local funding levels. And so there is value for the city to have and be ready to execute this project when enough funds become available.
A question I had about debt financing, I got an answer, but I thought it'd be good to raise it as a question. So if we were to go down the road of debt financing, the staff report has some estimates of what that could look like in terms of 30-year financing with annual payments out of city funds that range potentially from $6 to $12 million. My question about that, so is there no possibility where the city could say, we're going to debt finance to kind of front the money to get this project built, and then seek reimbursement from the same kinds of grants that we would be seeking, essentially currently to fund the project? Or once we debt finance, that's it, it's our debt, nobody else is going to be interested, SOCOG or the state is going to be interested in covering? that funding?
I would say your options for reimbursement for a constructed improvement are fairly low. Typically, our granting agencies want to advance funds to a project to help it get constructed. We haven't seen a lot of grant applications for reimbursement for things that have already been constructed. So I would think it's low, but who knows what the future holds.
Just a couple more questions. One on the no build alternative that's up here on the chart. So one of the things that's quite challenging about this decision is we actually don't have a lot of information on no build. Some of it because it would obviously be, I understand it would be a little bit speculative. What would it, sorry if this sounds a little vague, but what would it take to get us a little bit more information on what a no build decision looks like? Is this, and I'm asking because, could we continue this item for 3 months, 4 months, while staff puts us together some additional information as to exactly what projects have we tied to this interchange, which ones might require an amendment? And I have another question. I'll go ahead and ask it now since it might be tied into these, is that if we were in a situation where we had to amend an EIR for one of the specific plans to adjust the mitigations, I'm going to guess most of them were based on level of service analysis and mitigation, but now we can use VMT. So could we switch under an amended EIR? Could we switch to how we are evaluating transportation impacts? Or would we have to sort of stick with the old level of service approach? So I guess there's a few questions in there, but they're related, so I wanted to get them all on the table.
Councilmember, I asked the same question as far as the, what would it take for the next steps? I'm going to have the city manager answer that one first.
Great.
Thank you. It was hard because I wanted the CEQA nerd in me wants to take that last one first, but I might actually get into more trouble because I don't think I know the complete answer to that. Because of the way that this project really is woven into the fabric of our general plan and the projects that we've approved since it was in the general plan back in '94, it would take a lot more than 3 months, as well as a lot of resources, including some additional legal assistance to fully evaluate those impacts. I think in addition, because of that, we would likely need to, again, talk about what work would we need to set aside, or at least, from our vantage point and recommendation, we wouldn't be able to take care of that in a timely fashion. I think it's potentially a 2-year process to fully get those answers to analyze the tendrils and potential solutions to that. I would not recommend bringing forward a detailed list to discuss kind of where each one of those projects fits. It would throw into question a number of projects that we don't really want to do that to because they have their entitlements and are moving forward, and we hope they move forward. And so we would be looking at a lot of staff time and additional support from consultants and legal help to fully bake that and evaluate it. So at this point, if we were to take the no build option, then that becomes our work program for the next couple of years on the planning side of our house, and then most likely a good chunk of our transportation engineering as well.
Yeah, I think I'm not asking about taking the no build option. I'm asking about what would it take to get some more information on the, the challenge here is we're presented with 2 alternatives as a council, right? There's maybe some hybrid alternatives, but there's essentially go forward as proposed, or is potentially choosing the no build alternative. Well, I've got, hundreds of pages of information on the go forward with the project, and I have very little information on the no build alternative. So it's difficult to make a decision about, is the no build an option really, a potentially viable option for the city? I recognize that, it would be difficult to answer every question out to the penny, but is there some sort of high-level assessment that could be done to at least, we don't even have a list of which projects, which mitigations are tied to, I tried looking at some on my own, but, but which of the specific plans actually have a mitigation tied to Prado Road interchange or a set of assumptions about future traffic conditions tied to assumptions about Prado Road interchange? Is there sort of a first cut that could be done of this that could provide us a little bit more additional information?
I think, so the answer is more or less the same in terms of the amount of resources and time that it would take us to give you what you're asking for, I believe. Even if you say, let's not make a decision, but I want more, council directs us to go gather that and come back, the risk then is largely it's time. It's time, which equals money to the project as a whole, in addition to the time spent on those other work plan items that we have underway that we'd need to talk about what to set aside in order to gather all of that. It could be because, it's a labor-intensive process for us to identify all of those places where we would need to give you that comprehensive view. We've talked in more high-level generalities because that's what we're able to come up with now without having a whole work plan item that would take planning staff and transportation engineering staff to come up with that, in addition to, again, that outside help from consultants and attorneys.
City Attorney.
Thanks. I just want to add to that. I think part of why we're struggling to answer this question is because, at least from my perspective, I think what I'm hearing is, can we just have an inventory list of projects that incorporated into their conditions of approval or environmental mitigations some reliance on the Prado project? I think that's not an insignificant work task, right? Because it is going back to the point in time at which this became incorporated into our general plan, inventorying all approved projects, going back from there, understanding which of it's one thing to say which city plans, right? Which area plans or specific plans rely on it. But within all of those planning areas, there are individual projects that rely on it. And even were we to do that and do that accurately and comprehensively, I think what I'm struggling with at least is what answer does that give you? Because it doesn't tell you then, you don't have the ability to go back and retroactively amend conditions on entitled projects. So that's, you're not, that doesn't give you information that I think I hear the council asking for as to kind of what funds might become available or what alternatives are available to basically continue forward with the housing and goals that this council has in mind if we don't do this. And because of how entrenched this is in our fee programs, in all of the city's land use circulation, housing, sustainability plans, multimodal transportation plans, and how embedded it is in particular in our larger developments and the fee programs into which they have paid into, and the analysis underlying the environmental documents there, it is very difficult to understand how we would even approach going about getting you the list and then understanding what relevant piece of data you're wanting to extract from that. And I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, the data that the council would like to have to make this decision is, to the city manager's point, pretty enmeshed, and it's not a discrete thing that we could go make a list of that would give you relevant data in some way to further the decision. It would in and of itself be a big work undertaking that is necessarily incomplete and probably also unsatisfying at the conclusion of that work effort.
Thank you. I'm good for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, actually, kind of in response to this question, that the city went through an intensive land use and circulation element update in 2015. Dan Ravar had just been elected, and in 2014, I was on the council at that time. I think I may have been the only one who's still here. This option, the no-build option, never came up. The Prado Road interchange was thoroughly baked into the loose. That process was at like 2 years. I can't remember how long it took, but it was intensive. There was outreach like you wouldn't believe, and so I'm not all right. I wasn't on the council in 1994, but I was in 1998, and I can tell you, just to reiterate what Whitney McDonald said, every council since 1994 has forwarded this project one way or another. So just to respond to your question, you know, is there a thread you can pull to unravel the sweater? I don't think so. So that's verging into deliberation, so I'll stop.
Thank you. Councilmember Boswell, did you have more?
No.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. So I believe I hear that we are at the point of the can has been kicked and there's no more road to go. Is that what you're saying? At this point, I think all of the questions have been asked. I have just a couple others that haven't been asked so far. When I look at the map, and you know, Luke, you shared this at a previous meeting as well, around the traffic impacts, the red and the yellow and the green. There wasn't one of these that shared about where we're at right now, or I may have just missed it, and I apologize if I have. One of the things you mentioned in a previous meeting was that we're already starting to queue back into the on-ramp at commuter time. And so I just wanted to know if you wanted to expand on that a little bit, because I feel like people may be missing that that's happening right now on our streets and on our on-ramps.
Here we go. Yeah, what's helpful with this is when we do traffic studies for like new development projects, we look at what's happening with the projects added both right now. We look at like a 5 to 10 year horizon, like if the other projects already entitled and approved happen, and then the long term. We always assume in the short term that this interchange doesn't exist. So we'll start to see what are the spots that are going to be becoming problems sooner rather than later. So we have a pretty good understanding where we're at now and what we're going to see as San Luis Ranch, Avila Ranch, these projects that are already entitled, build out. The locations you can see problems or spots you probably already noticed congestion. It's like the Madonna ramps, the Higuera and LOVR intersection, the Madonna Higuera intersection, the Tank Farm Higuera intersection. And if you go back, while some of our forecasts have changed slightly as we more confidence on what all those projects look like. If you go back to when the San Luis Ranch project was approved, it was originally approved with a condition that only phase 1 of the housing could move forward until the interchange is in place, because there were interim traffic impacts that were going to start popping in that 5 to 10 year horizon. And ultimately found that wasn't really financially viable to build and finance housing. You couldn't be wait on a yet to be built project that we're now seeing was probably pretty apt assumption that we can't wait for this to happen to build the rest of the housing. So the council approved moving forward, knowing that there'd be these interim impacts, and those are the spots you're seeing. We had very serious conversations with Caltrans with the San Luis Ranch project, as they had a condition that required them to extend a turn pocket on the southbound off-ramp from 101 to LOVR. That was, you know, a couple $100,000 to add a few hundred feet of queuing so that wouldn't back up onto the ramps. And then had real serious conversations with Caltrans and them looking to saying, well, we don't know when this interchange is happening. We think we might need two lanes on this off-ramp now, and we're looking to get that built as part of the San Luis Ranch project or with the Froome Ranch project. So there's already some queuing concerns we're seeing at those spots, and they're just going to, the point where those start happening regularly is just moving closer and closer as we get more housing built and more activity coming in and out of the city. So those are the problem spots we're already seeing, and have had those conversations under the assumption that, hey, if this interchange doesn't come soon to kind of fix these, what are the solutions we have to start looking at to fix these sooner rather than later?
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I think there's, we've been talking a little bit around the 30% and of the regional traffic. We've been talking about the slow cog money. I think part of this is feeling as though as we continue going on and on, you're sharing around the queuing in the city, but I'm also wondering how long it takes to actually affect the traffic jams, for lack of a better word. I know it's not an official word, but traffic jams in the actual highway as well if we continue with this queuing challenge. So I guess that's the other question. I don't know that we have that answer yet, but just thought I'd ask that.
Yeah, I think with or without this project, there's going to be congestion on the main line. That's going to happen regardless. The reality of widening to like 6 lanes on 101 through the city, I'm not holding my breath for that to happen in my lifetime, nor do I know if that's the best, investment of our regional and state money either. The types of impacts we can see are if there's issues with too much traffic merging onto the 101 at certain points, Caltrans will put in ramp metering systems that will slow how quickly city trips can get onto the freeway, which will back it up further onto the city streets. Or we'll have issues like was mentioned with San Luis Ranch, where we have issues getting off the freeway where it's starting to back up, and those ones where they can have legitimate safety concerns that they can flag during the CEQA process, which could create challenges in moving projects forward, even if the council and locally were willing to accept some congestion. If they're not willing to accept those safety problems, it could lead to roadblocks to getting new things built.
Great, thank you. I unfortunately picture that traffic meter, wait for the congestion on the highway, and I know that's something we've all enjoyed, is not living like LA or Silicon Valley. So thank you for that, I appreciate that. Well, those are my main questions right now. I think everyone's asked their initial questions, and I think we're ready for public comment. City Clerk, how many do we have?
Right now, I have 3.
Okay, thank you.
So the first one is Andy Pease, then Myrna Waddell, and then Paula Huddleston.
Thank you so much. I'm Andy Pease, and happy to be here and hear this thoughtful, in-depth conversation, and just recognizing the challenging position you all are in. I continue to support the no-build option, even after hearing all of these potential impacts. I think that with excitement and enthusiasm for saving $100 million, you could probably spend $40 million on mitigations and staff time and all kinds of other resources. So I think it is doable. You're in a challenging position. I would imagine that, the questions you ask about, we don't know enough, and it would take a lot to untangle. And so perhaps there's a way that, that there is an award for the PS&E, and that 1 year, phase 1 of that work, that there's then a parallel effort, so that at the end of phase 1, when you have a better understanding of that value engineering, when you have a better understanding of potential cost contributions from other sources, that you would also have what would be the other options. We didn't really spend time talking about a bike ped only without that vehicle. It's so much lighter. As soon as you add a vehicle, that's not going to be worth it. What are the, sure, it's going to be a big deal to, take care of this intersection, but maybe it's $20 million, and that's still going to save us the rest, right? So maybe there are ways to explore that effort. So I think it would be important, if you go forward with this, to make sure that if you approve the contract tonight, that you can still do the on-ramps or off-ramps, as it were, from that contract at each of those phases, that you're not obligating yourself to all of it, that you can stop the design contract if necessary, and in that case, it'd only be the $3 million that was extraneously Yeah, I appreciate the, that maybe there's just more confidence that there is money from outside sources that will come in. That would be great. I'm not actually opposed to the project in and of itself. I'm just opposed to the trade-offs, what we are going to lose if we spend all this money, and if we're really are the ones stuck holding the 70% of the frickin' construction cost. I probably couldn't say that up there, but here I can. So thank you very much.
Thank you. It's good to hear from you.
Myrna Waddell, Paula Huddleston, and then Mila Vulovic Nobar.
Hi, good evening. My name is Myrna Waddle. I'm currently a Cal Poly student. Don't know if that really has much effect right now, but I was interested. I also am a journalism student, so I'm always interested in a lot of local policy. I was more interested in this just because of the long-term plan and also a lot of the environmental studies that were done just before this. I find it a little contradictory that it won't get in the way, considering there's still a seedling blueberry farm so close. I don't really understand, because there's a lot of fumes from construction that will get in the way, especially that those are still seedlings. So that's a problem. I'm from the agricultural area in the Central Valley, so I know quite a bit. But as well as that is that I wanted to reiterate something from way earlier in the meeting. Was I was very concerned with what would be happening with 40 Prado Road when all of that construction is happening, because it's obviously not going to stop the amount of pedestrians that are there that consider themselves homeless that are in that area. And luckily there is obviously still a trail on the opposite side that can bring them to other places. During this construction, I worry about them being able to, or maybe even having some of their encampments along the edge of that highway possibly getting in the torn down, something like that, that there isn't really a possible way for there to be a safer movement for a lot of these individuals. So that's something I really wanted to at least have the council maybe add a bit to, or at least something along the lines of that. Another thing as well was I believe I heard that there was a very small portion of this that may encroach on private property. I don't know if that's still necessarily the case or if you're waiting for something later to be allowed for that, but that does make me worry that maybe you will make a lot of progress in this, into this endeavor and into this construction, but then be halted, kind of like with the Bob Jones Trail, if people can recall that then you'll be stopped for longer when this is already going to be a project that extends all the way till 2045. So I just have some of those, but in total, I am very much in support of this. I don't know whether or not I'll still be living in this area, but I can tell you for a fact, just with those housing, those condos that are put on the opposite side by Laguna Lake, this city is already growing a lot, so those changes will inevitably have to come if they don't already come right now. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Paula Huddleston, Mila Vulovic Nobar, and then Mimi Feeney.
Paula Huddleston. I did environmental analysis for 30 plus years. And when I saw this document, I was pretty appalled. The first thought that it was an initial study in the first place, that was completely inappropriate. To say that you're going to build this enormous intersection at the entrance to the city, the gateway to the city, and you're saying there's no environmental impacts, or there's very few, and we're going to mitigate them. We're going to do some planting. It's just, you can't do that. And I understand there's some hopes for getting federal funds. Well, Caltrans approved this on a categorical exclusion, which means there's absolutely no possibility of environmental impacts and no unusual circumstances. You're building in a floodplain. That is an unusual circumstance. So the environmental analysis was terrible. And then, you mentioned some EIRs, I believe. This should have been an EIR, because if it had been an EIR, you would have had a thorough analysis of the no build. You would have had a thorough analysis of your alternatives. That now at the 11th hour, you're on the cusp of looking at final design. These are the plans that they're going to build from. And now you're talking about no build and alternatives. And it's because of the money. You're staring down $140 million price tag, and you're wondering, oh my gosh, what have we gotten ourselves into? But you've backed yourselves into a corner because you've got all these other projects that are dependent on it for their mitigation. Well, I believe that's called deferred mitigation, and that's a violation of CEQA as well. So you've caused all these problems because you didn't follow the CEQA protocol. I've just got some random notes I tossed down. Cumulative impacts, you know, they seem to be conflagrated with independent utility. They're not the same thing. You're talking about extending Prado eventually to Broad Street. You need to look at those impacts. There are secondary impacts associated with these projects that weren't addressed in the document. I brought these issues up 2 years ago on the document, and the responses I got from the city were mostly things like, oh, it's an initial study. We don't have to look at this kind of stuff. You know, if it were an EIR, we would, but not in an initial study. The no build, these guys are giving you excuses. You absolutely should be able to get some kind of preliminary analysis on that no build. I used to have to do that, and it takes maybe a couple weeks, something for you to look at. And it should have already been done. It should have been done and presented in this environmental document. I guess I think I've covered everything I had in here. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and City Council members. My name is Mila Vujovic-Labar. I started out my interest on Prado Road as a soccer mom many, many years ago. So I was elated when we spent $2 million for 23.4 acres for recreation. One of my biggest concerns in my entree into, again, city politics was the fact that 7 acres was held back again, and everybody whispered about the road. And so if there's one thing that I would love for this council to do is to really look at that connection again where Broad Street and Prado were set aside on this quote unquote paper road and give that back to city residents for recreation, because that would be the legal appropriate thing to do. It would take any extension of Prado Road down to Santa Fe, if it goes that far, again, as a 4-lane truck highway, but that is one of the issues that's huge for me. My other sentiments about Prado Road is, as the previous speaker said, this has been on our city books since 1960, and I attended probably 90% of the loose conversations in 2015. It was very heavily builder oriented, and again, there has never been a comprehensive EIR of Prado Road from Madonna to Broad, period, with all the environmental impacts. And to me, putting in this overpass is in violation of CEQA, and it is being illegally segmented. You know the project is going from Madonna to Broad, so open up all the, everything and really look at all the environmental impacts and the traffic circulation with that being said. It also is, again, a 4-lane truck highway on the loose document, and I don't think a lot of the residents, again, have been properly noticed along the way, because I think this room would be packed with about 300 residents if they really realized that a 4-lane truck highway was going to be about 15 feet from their $1 million homes that they just purchased. Moving right along, the best alternatives I don't think have been fully studied. I appreciated hearing again from Councilperson Francis about the fact that the southbound lanes that I highlighted that I think are dangerous with Madonna southbound and again a southbound exit for this particular interchange, that's been looked at again, because I think that has been not appropriate at all in my conversations with Caltrans over the years. So I think that our city deserves better. The no build option, I mean, I understand, because I've been a soccer mom, I've been a teacher, I'm still a teacher in the classroom after 41 years in my local school district. And so I hear again from the younger generation, but I think that there's better alternatives than just boom, building again this overpass or this interchange. I think all the impacts need to be looked at. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our final speaker is Mimi Feeney.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I've been down here way too much, but I live on Prado Road. I work on South Higuera by Prado Road. I will tell you briefly that my personal experience is, and I am for the interchange. I've been going to meetings with Caltrans for the last 2 years, is that when I get off Higuera coming from the north, I get off on Marsh Street. I don't go to Madonna. I don't go to Los Osos Valley Road. I get off on Marsh because the queues, as Luke mentioned, are really bad. I have pictures in my phone from Sunday at 2 o'clock if you would like to see how the queue for the right-hand turn to turn on to Los Osos Valley Road is all the way back to Tank Farm. Vice versa, coming the other direction, I don't normally go south off of by Froome Ranch, but that queue is also usually ridiculously long. So the traffic over there is insane. I typically, if I can, avoid all of that, but it's very difficult because I live in Sarah Meadows. So I would, I'm encouraging the council to consider moving this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Final?
That was our final.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, you heard the public comments. Is there anything, staff, before we start deliberation, you'd like to expand on?
I think there might be a couple items that we can add some more information for. So I'll start, and why you can jump in if you have anything you want to add. So if council's looking at doing some sort of segmented contract between phase 1, 2, and 3, we're set up and we can handle that. So and we're happy to check back in with council at an interval that makes sense for council. During the construction process, if we actually move forward to construction, we'll have mitigation measures in place for our community members who are in and around the construction site. So community member safety is a top priority for all of our construction work, and we'll ensure that we're not doing anything to create a situation that would cause harm for folks. I would like to offer, if we do move forward with the Prado Interchange project, we will have a connection across the US 101 right there at Prado, where we've had some pedestrian fatalities on US mainline 101, and so that'll improve that access for folks. The projects that we talked about today, there's really 3 of them. There's the Prado Interchange, the Prado Creek Bridge, and the Prado extension. They all have independent utility, meaning they can exist and move forward without each other, but in concert they work really well together too. So they have independent utility, and so we can look at each project on a project basis. So we'll do a CEQA and NEPA, California Environmental Quality Act, and a Federal Environmental Quality Act work on those projects to make sure that we can receive both state and federal dollars. And so the Prado Interchange is set up for that. If federal funds are available, we can accept those. Caltrans is the lead agency. We take our cues from Caltrans as far as the different environmental documents for the Prado Interchange. They're really experts in it, and we do the technical studies and make sure that we're in concurrence with them. We have Caltrans concurrence on the environmental document, and it has been approved. I think did I miss anything that council wants me to follow up with?
I think the only other aspect that, as far as the Elks Lane just expansion on that conversation, is that there is going to be, with Elks Lane moving over, so there would be a way for people who are in 40 Prado to be able to get out of 40 Prado, in and out of 40 Prado while this interchange is happening. So if you just want to highlight that, that'd be great.
Sure, absolutely. And so during the construction process, as Prado Road is being worked on, Elks Lane will be achievable, usable, and actually will be the main route in and out of that area as we work the improvements on Prado. In fact, we're actually planning on installing a traffic signal at the intersection of Higuera and Elks to facilitate that. So all the same, there will be impacts. Construction has impacts, but we'll do everything to make sure that people have access to their property, access to those businesses, and access to those services on Prado.
Great, thank you. And Vice Mayor Shorsman has a question.
Yeah, just to follow up on what one of our speakers brought up about the EIRs again, there was a lot of comment about whether or not we should have done an EIR. I understand you defer to Caltrans to a certain extent on this particular project for, if I heard you right, for for telling us whether or not a full EIR or an MMD or other document is appropriate for this project. I know it's not what we're considering right now, but down the road with the Prado extension to Broad, would there be an EIR, or how would we determine whether or not we needed a full EIR on that project, since it sounds like that would come separately?
You know, and I believe, and I'm kind of like outside my lane, but I think what you will see there is a private development project that comes forward to council with all the different approvals that are necessary there and the environmental documents that are necessary. I believe Prado extension would be something that's covered with that project and brought forth in that way. And we currently don't have any plans to move forward a independent Prado extension project city-led.
Okay, so, okay, that wouldn't be city-led.
Currently, we have no plans to be a city-led Prado extension project. Could it happen in the future? Yes. There's no current plans for that right now.
I see. I think what you're saying is that it would be part of a development, most likely.
Correct.
Okay, yes. And so questions about the width of how wide it would be, how wide the road section would be through there would be developed based on whatever was going on with the development at that time, as well as traffic needs.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so completely separate, look at it a different time, and not in the foreseeable future, because there's not really a plan to purchase or sell that property, at least not that we know of.
That's my understanding of the situation, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I know that was definitely one of my challenges when having the agenda review, was how not to tie in the bridge, the interchange / overpass, and the extension. And it's because it is all about the east-west, but at the same time, these are all separate decisions, and it's difficult to have them tied together and separated on a constant basis, because that really gets into the conversation we're about to get into around no build or not, or what that looks like, is back to all these things braided together. And to have that moment 5 years from now or something, when I'm 8 years, I don't know, whatever, I'm not on the council, when it says, well, as you recall, and we'll say, no, we don't recall, because none of these people here will be there. So that's I think all of our concern is, what do we do in helping not just make the decision today, but also preparing the future councils to have more information, so they're not in the same situation we're in today. So, Councilmember Boswell.
Councilmember Marks have more questions, or?
No, I'm interested in delivery.
Okay, great. Okay, I think I'll just get us started by expressing some concerns I have, in hopes that maybe we can think about some creative solutions to some of these problems. I think, as former Councilmember Pease suggested, there clearly are benefits to this potential project in terms of providing additional crosstown connection, and ultimately helping address some, though not all, of some forecasted future congestion problems. So why is this a tough decision that we're sitting here tonight? Because the price tag has come in at an unfathomable level. If we were back in the days of when we were talking about $40 million project, we probably would not be having as intensive a conversation as we would have tonight. But $150 million, and of course, as we know, there's a lot of good research out there that suggests that estimates for road and bridge projects are often underestimated. Often to the tune, I was looking at the research, of like 30%. So who knows? Maybe this is a $200 million project that we're looking at ultimately. So I'm going to start first with a frustration. Is that, as I've observed, and I think I made some comments to this effect when we were looking at budget and some implications for budget, is that this is another situation where we rushed forward with development in this community and did not effectively ensure that the infrastructure was being developed concurrently with that development. We've seen that in a number of cases. So previous city council members have left us with late in the game having to address infrastructure deficits that are being generated by development that was, some of it approved essentially almost 2 decades ago. Of course, they identified the need for these improvements at the same time and put them in our planning documents and our mitigation documents, but did not follow through on the infrastructure provision. And now we've seen rapidly increasing cost associated with this infrastructure, such that the thinking early on, which was that development would pay its way for this infrastructure investment, is no longer the case. I was looking back at the 1994, I actually have the page from the 1994 general plan. And what does it say about Prado? It says that the airport land use area and the Lidio project would pay for the project. That is not happening any longer. So again, the delay has caused a big problem, but that's history. Here we are today. One of the aspects that makes the decision, I think, tough today as well is in the two previous steps we've made on this project, as staff showed in the excellent presentation for us, was that those are relatively low cost investments. I think the first thing we did cost us $250,000. Great, okay, that's easy enough to pay for. But now we're faced with the next step is a $20 million commitment, including a commitment of some of our general fund dollars, which could be expended on other capital improvement projects, which we are behind on funding some of our other capital improvement projects. So now we're really jumping in. Like, this is serious money for really the first time in the project. So one of my first concerns is that I'm potentially going to make a decision and now lock the next council into a difficult decision, which is possibly boxing them in on the need to debt finance this project, which when you look at the numbers, they're, again, potentially $6 to $12 million annual payment to debt finance. That's $6 to $12 million a year we could not spend on other city capital improvement projects like parks and things of that nature. So this is we're continuing to further lock in on this project, and we certainly could be successful at finding external funding to fund this project, or to fund a big chunk of it, probably not all of it. But again, if costs continue to increase, if we see retrenchment in the availability of external transportation dollars, which I'm concerned about, then this becomes an increasingly difficult proposition, and one that, if we wanted to do it, would increasingly potentially rely on debt financing. I'm also concerned about that we sort of may, by default, go into the no-build option, in the sense that, yeah, okay, we get this phase finished, and 4 years from now, we then go into, well, I know we'll start looking for money before that, but, we spend the next 5 years after that looking for funding and not finding it, not being able to make the decision on debt financing, such that, as I mentioned earlier, 10 years from now, or not me, but some future council is still sitting here trying to figure out what to do about Prado Road. Meanwhile, we've continue to approve development, which we want to do because we have a goal of providing more housing in this community. But also maybe we've ignored and spent money that maybe could have spent on other kinds of mitigations to mitigate some of the impacts that we're potentially seeing, improvements to the existing interchanges, or other potential solutions, more aggressive interim solutions. Just a couple of other things I'll mention. A lot of the forecasting for this is out to the year 2045. That's 20 years from now. Forecasting out to 2045 is a bit of a crystal ball activity, even in the highly numerical world of transportation planning and forecasting. Who knows what the world looks like in 2045? It could very much look like today, and the forecast could be right on. It could be very different from today. I don't get too overly excited about things like the potential for driverless car technology. When I was a kid, we were supposed to have flying cars, and I'm still waiting for flying cars. So I don't know, but I've also ridden in a Waymo in San Francisco, and wow, it seemed like the future was closer than I thought. So, what does 2045 really look like, and are we potentially, if we were to move forward and spend the money, are we potentially spending a lot of money to gain what might ultimately be not much benefit for the project? So that concerns me as well. Okay, I think I'll I'll stop there. So I'm cognizant of the really difficulty of unwinding and backing out of this project. And so I'm hoping that maybe we can think of some other way to both move forward, but address some of these concerns that I've pointed out, or at least, I don't know, I call it hedge our bets, but that's not the best metaphor, perhaps. Okay, I'll stop there for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, there are a lot of uncertainties in life, it's true. But there are a few things that the city has committed itself to. And one of them is more housing. And we were all excited about being a pro-housing city, all right? But guess what? Housing is not just houses. There are people in those houses, and those people are driving cars. So we have been developing the city, building out the city at a really fast pace. And as Councilmember Broswell pointed out, the infrastructure has not at all kept up with the development. So tonight, I think we have a chance to address that problem by moving the project to the next phase. I'm very much in favor of continuing to envision this interchange as a way of facilitating the future development of the city within the urban reserve line. Okay, so I don't want to bust out into sprawl, but I do think that there's some points that were made tonight that are very important. One is that this is a team project. It's not just the city of San Luis Obispo. The city vision was revised when I was off the council to include regionalism as a core goal, or one of our main goals. I might have fought with that if I'd been on the council and said, hey, wait a minute, we're not the county, we're just the city. So, but that was a decision that was made. For this council to try to undo what all the councils since 1994 have been building toward in terms of this interchange would be, among other things, a real betrayal of the concept of regionalism. And whether we like it or not, there are a lot of people who are commuting to our city every single day. And the staff did not mention and probably couldn't really quantify, but the amount of greenhouse gases that are generated by people running around in their cars trying to get an east-west connection and not figuring out, gosh, which way do I go? It's 5 miles that way, it's 5 miles this way, it's 10 minutes either way. I don't know how to drive. So I think the existence of this interchange will really be a huge benefit to the city and to the region. As I mentioned earlier, the land use and circulation element in 2015 was definitely moved this project forward, and it created a certain certainty. It created some certainty in terms of the planning, not just of our projects, but the regional projects. And I feel the city would be going back on its word, not only to the city residents, but to the whole region. We've been saying that we're going to go ahead and go forward with this. Now, what we're talking about is not approving the whole project. What we're talking about is, oh gosh, it just disappeared from my computer. What we're talking about is using the funding that was already set aside by the San Luis Ranch developers to move us to the next phase. And it's just about the same amount of money as I recall. It's about $9 million that we have in hand, and about $9 million that it will take to get to the next stage. What brings us up to $16,000 are million. What brings us up to 16 million is these are different kind of add-on items that, as far as I could tell, were somewhat tangential. Do we need to have a lobbyist? Do we need to have this? Do we need to have that? And these are questions that we can approach as time goes on. And the other thing that I want to say is that we did get a comment from Dee Dee Patrick, who's someone I've known for a long time, and almost everybody in town knows her. She said, please, quote, please move forward with the Prado interchange. Enough talking about it. We definitely need to get over the freeway at another location. So I think that was a very succinct way of saying what we need to do. It has been woven into the fabric of our general plan at least since 1994. I believe it was first conceived in 1960. But at any rate, I'm going to support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. This is one of those, I think there was a point in time where this council, we learned that we don't get to answer any easy questions anymore. That it seems like they all get to be these ones that are hand-wringing, keep us up at night, study every general plan over a weekend that we can possibly study right after Valentine's Day. Anyway, sorry, it's just my own problem. Seriously though, when I think, darn glasses, when I think about where we're at right now, we have talked about the fact that our community of all different income levels needs housing. Our community triples in size Monday through Friday because of the jobs that we have. And nor do we wish for jobs to go away from Caltrans, the city, the county, CMC, the court, just to name a few, Cal Poly, just to name a few of the big ones, let alone all of the many thriving smaller businesses that we want to see to continue to thrive. So if we can't help people in housing, then we will only actually add in transportation. So it's one of those moments where I feel like we are in a little bit of a lose-lose, let's be real, of this conversation, because the financial investment is huge. However, we've also found 20 years ago, talking about parking structure, that never ever did it get cheaper to build anything. So when I think about having a shovel-ready project, that brings me a little hope. Not hope for tomorrow, let's be real also, but I do think that it does bring us some hope to be able to look at future infrastructure funding if that funding comes. When we talk about our growth, though, I still want to remind all of us that we've not gone over 1%. We're still only at, while we talk about all this growth that we've done, we're still only at 1%. So if we really want to make a difference in helping people have housing and be able to get around our community, we have to make this east-west opportunity happen. I also look at our Laguna Park, and we talk about the blueprint of the Parks and Rec and how do we build on the park and be able to have more people have access. Again, we need people to be able to get to it. I think about Laguna, again, the middle school, we don't have many opportunities to get people to the middle school when it comes to east-west. So there are many, many aspects of this that why I see, as I went back looking at the different general plans, why I see why we continued to embed this project into our general plan. When I think about the many housing projects that we are have entitled or have at different permit process stages, it is based on this as one of the mitigation plans. So I don't really see how we're going to untangle that, take them away from these different projects and think that it's going to be cheaper. I don't know if it works out to 3 to 9 years later. It concerns me that we will be at the same place. We won't be there, but someone sitting at this table will be having the same conversation. So I think about our future, and that's what we're investing in. It's painful, it's expensive, and I'd love for us to look at this phasing as mentioned earlier. As we look at this next phase, we're not spending $148 million tomorrow. So if there are ways that we can parallel this work effort, and that's something that I think as we talk about the April budget that you all are bringing back to us, the draft budget, I think we have to talk about what does this look like? One of the things when I first came on board was understanding which developments were tied to which money for which parks or roads or what that looked like. And we didn't have a really clear idea at that time. We have a much more clear idea now of what that looks like. It's a giant spreadsheet that we could never, ever actually even put in this entire room if it was really a spreadsheet. But I think we're at that same place, is we're asking a question for the future, which is how to help us make better decisions going forward. And I think that's something that I'll just put a pin in, but something to think about as we go forward, go from there. I think that as we talk about the regionalism, regionalism is really fueled by two things to me. Collaboration, we were seeing that for us to receive money, we had to put up money and do this together, and we were actually able to be eligible for more funding, whether it was transportation, housing, whatever project we're looking at, broadband. It was how do we work together? And if we're showing that we can work together, then we're investing in this together. We're paying some and others are paying some as well, and we're coming into this together. So I look at this and think, hopefully, as Caltrans is the lead agency, as other partners have already come into this, that we will continue that look for additional partners. And that's definitely what I heard from staff. But I also really appreciated Councilmember Francis, the constant asking of where we can stop in the future if we need to. And it's hard to stop, but we can, and that's what we heard today. So I think that we can hopefully bring that back to ourselves as we continue through this process. Is this the moment? Is this the moment? I think we have to continue to keep asking ourselves that if we don't get the data that we need to move forward. But we won't get that data, I feel like, if we can't get to this next stage, because that's what we need to figure out. So just want to make sure I got to all the points, sorry. Oh, and then as far as, you know, Mr. Horn, you shared the phasing is possible and that more community engagement will happen. And I think that if you know me at all, you know that is something that I really want to see, because back to whether it's the council or the community, there are some members of our community that were here for many, many decades and part of this process. And I've talked to many of them over this last 6 years. And there are many people who were not part of this community at those times, or they weren't paying attention at those times. And so we have to let them know what's happening, what's in process, what's the history, and what's next, and how they can be involved. And I think that's really important. So I'll just leave it at that and move it on to Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I totally agree with you, Mayor. There are no easy problems anymore. These are all big, hard, complicated, frustrating, to use Councilmember Boswell's term. It's really hard to come into this, a process that started in 1994 and only be on the council for a short period of time and feel like it's almost hard to turn this giant tanker that we're driving around when it's been going the same direction for a really long time, and you feel very late to the party, so to speak, in potentially changing things or deciding if really we should just honor the commitments that previous councils and the community made, and what that looks like. So I just want to start out by thanking staff, current staff and previous staff, wherever they are, for all the hard work that has gone into this so far. I echo many of Councilmember Boswell's frustrations about where we are in terms of how many of our costs for infrastructure are covered the way I think staff and councils in the past thought might be enough money. And then we've seen the cost escalations beyond, I think, anything that we could have ever imagined. And probably they all thought they were planning at the right levels at the time, and having development impact fees and transportation impact fees and park impact fees at the levels that we needed to have them at the time. And now here we are with, this crazy cost overruns, and it's just not even close to enough money. I'm also troubled with the fact that it feels like we've put a lot of stock in this one project to solve a lot of problems when there are already problems other places along our main line that, probably for no fault of our own, just through normal development at our 1% level each year, still some of these intersections and on-ramps are not fulfilling what they were meant to do. Even our newest interchange, Los Osos Valley Road, that was built not that long ago, is already having backup issues, and that's frustrating. So I empathize with that. I think the one thing that I do like about this project that I'm not completely frustrated by is that it has the potential to be the best multimodal connection across the highway of any of our interchanges. Los Osos Valley Road was supposed to be a lot better than it is for pedestrians and bicyclists. Madonna Road, we just had a very long discussion about at a recent meeting about how much we would like to make improvements to that to make our connectivity across Madonna Road better. And I've also just wondered, this interchange is really relatively close to the Madonna interchange. It's probably, I think about it in terms of riding a bike, it's probably not more than a couple miles to get from where this interchange will start to go over Madonna Road and to get where it will end on Prado Road. So it's really not that far, but at the same time, it will reduce our vehicle miles traveled. And I'm happy about the multimodal things that will happen with this interchange, and I'm happy that it will reduce vehicle miles traveled for those who live in the city the most. Now that takes me to the majority of the users that will be benefited by this, which is the 55% who are using this infrastructure and the rest of our infrastructure in the city as part of a regional trip. And so it really frustrates me that there isn't more regional promised funding for this. And I think I will probably be in support of staff's recommendation for the most part, but with no joy, as I know Councilmember Francis has said sometimes, because I do not feel like it is our responsibility to have to be worrying about how we're going to fund $100 million interchange. And I appreciate that maybe it won't be, but I think we as a council need to send that message loud and clear that $148 million interchange will not be supported by this council unless that funding really comes from other sources. If I were going to be on council in 2029 when this never say never, but I do not see myself supporting a bond of, with payments of $6 to $12 million to cover a $100 to $150 million project. I don't think that we as a city get enough benefit out of this alone. I think that it regionally needs to be a pretty high priority to help us fund this. I would be in favor, and I don't know what this looks like, so maybe I look to staff and to my colleagues on the council for how this would look. I know it's phased already. The contract is phased with Consor in a 1, 2, and 3 phased approach, and I understand and appreciate that there will be community engagement built into that. But I would be curious as to what, I don't know if it's decision points, but how that phasing could look to slow the process down and make sure that we get a chance as a council and that the community gets a chance to weigh in and provide Consor feedback on whether or not this is the right solution for our community anymore, and obviously in partnership with Caltrans, because they're a huge player in this. They control what we do a lot in this process. So I would look to the rest of the council and to staff to maybe provide some thoughts about how that could look, to kind of phase it in and take our time and make sure that we get a chance to really weigh in. And our community has changed. I look forward to the traffic impact study that is part of what Consor's proposal is, because even though staff has done a really good job in the interim of providing some current data, because we asked for that, I got the feeling from the proposal that there would be a much more in-depth traffic study done to look at post-pandemic traffic patterns and things like that I don't know that we've really gotten, and multimodal traffic patterns that we haven't really gotten a chance to look at as closely yet. So those are the things that I'm looking forward to, and what I would love to either hear from staff more about or the rest of my colleagues after Councilmember Francis gets a chance to weigh in.
And luckily, we have the short-range transit plan next week. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I've listened really carefully to my colleagues this evening and the community over the last week, and despite them coming to really different conclusions, I've actually agreed with almost every single thing that everybody's had to say. It's a really complicated decision, and all of your concerns and your support, your hesitation around the project, they all stem from a place of wanting to make a balanced and data-driven decision that really takes the needs of the future into consideration, and that's a really hard thing to do. And as everybody else has expressed, the incredibly challenging part of this decision is that we're obligating our community, if we move forward with this project, we're obligating our community to a debt that comes with debt financing. That means that projects and programs that our future community want, they can't do because they're paying $6 to $12 million in debt financing. And that's a really hard thing to do to a future community. And then that said, on Monday, I had the experience of sitting in queues on Tank Farm because, we had some traffic issues. There was a protest over on Los Osos Valley Road, and it backed up traffic. And I was sitting in, I think, 12 green lights waiting for my time to get onto Los Osos Valley Road. And it was all the modeling that we've projected for 2035 right there, kind of in real life. And I was picturing our community 10 years from now cursing our inaction as I sat in bumper-to-bumper traffic if we said no to this project today. So, it is a real pickle making the decision. To add to that, I really hate the idea of investing in a more car-centric infrastructure at this stage. We have talked about the promise of the future and what mode shift might bring and what technology might bring, and it's really hard to then spend $100+ million on something that is primarily focused on cars. But the reality that, Councilmember Marks articulated is that our focus on housing on this council really has come with more traffic and will continue to come with more traffic. I also share Vice Mayor Shorsman's excitement about finally having a quality multimodal connection, and really strongly, very strongly support her sentiment that this is a regional project and needs to have regional financial support well beyond what has been promised and obligated at this point. And I don't know how we make that message louder and more clear to county and our partners, but this is really ridiculous that we would be saddled with the percentages that we're talking about here. All of that being said, you know, the decision that we're making tonight is the decision to have plans in hand and have a clear idea of what it's actually going to take to get this interchange built. And so I think I'm going to be in favor of moving that next stage forward, but I also feel like it would be a real shame to move that next stage forward, get to the end of that, realize we have no path because we can't afford to move it forward, and have no viable alternatives explored. And I know staff has hesitated to dive too deeply into what it would take to redesign our existing east-west connections because there's a lot of private property and it's just like old infrastructure that we can't even imagine what it would take to undo all of that. But I really would love to make sure that when we get to our next stage, we have some idea of what we could do if we can't do that. What can we do to alleviate some of the problems that we're seeing? So that brings me to a very long-winded apologies and wiffly-waffly decision that, you know, this next stage is an important stage because it gives us more answers, but we can't move it forward without also considering that if we get to the end of that and have no way to move forward with that path anymore, we need to know what else we can do. So that's where I ended up at the end of all of this, is that I think Vice Mayor Shorsman, I think I actually heard from several of you that there's a desire to know, if not this, then what? And I don't know what that takes. You've articulated that that is a massive lift, and I don't think I'm asking for a full work item here. And this is probably going to take a little bit more conversation about what does this actually look like. But I'm going to kind of toss it back into my colleagues' court here and see what we can come up with.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Francis. It's not, I think sometimes the thoroughness of our team is to give us a very thorough answer, because it seems impossible really to not. And at the same time, I think sometimes we're not asking for that full process. And so is there something in the middle? I don't know that we know that right now. I don't know the staff can even look at that and have an idea of that right now. But also, when we talk about this being part of a mitigation answer from 1960 till now, 1994 till now, I think it is pretty hard to unravel some of the projects that are already done. We can't go, here's your $3 back. So I think there's going to be, obviously exaggerated with the $3, but looking at what does that look like in that work plan for next year or next financial plan. I also don't know that we can answer that without knowing what Consor comes up with. So I feel like we have so many variables that we don't have the full ability to even ask for what we're asking for because we need to really know if after the analysis of the traffic analysis, we're seeing some actual answers that help us, we may not have to even go that deep. So I guess that's where I'm kind of challenged with, I don't necessarily want to give staff direction fully yet, but I think there is something to kind of, I guess, put in the back of your mind, City Manager, and we'll go from there. Councilmember Marks, and then I'll go to City Manager.
Thank you. Well, I think this has been a great conversation, and I'm happy that one of the major city budget goals that we came up with was infrastructure and sustainable transportation. So when staff is putting together the work plans that are going to be coming up, you know, possibly looking at congestion mitigation or whatever you want to call it. Are there interim measures that we could take now that would help and possibly alter or at least impact the analysis about moving forward with this project? So I think that that's really important. But to turn our back on this project at this point, I feel would just be a really huge mistake. And we can worry about whether we can afford something in the future. Oh gosh, there's so much to worry about these days, you know. But there is something such as a leap of faith, you know, that we also need to make when we're talking about the future. And I do think that one thing that would be really helpful for us, and maybe we do need a lobbyist, is to say, how do we tie these different stages that we're talking about to getting a commitment for more funding regionally? How do we use the leverage of saying, yes, we'll take it to the next stage tonight, and okay, now what are you going to do, region? You know, what are you going to do to help us actually make this happen? Because it's not going to all be on our backs as a city. It's a regional project, and we need regional funding, and to just be strong and you know, see what we can do under the circumstances. And the circumstances, we don't know federally what that's going to mean. But I think we need to also work out a strategy to lay the groundwork to get future funding from other sources, and having these plans in hand, it's actually an investment in the future, because that will show everybody that, hey, they're serious. And, you know, so we're going to have to buck up. And that's, I'm going to be supporting the staff recommendation. Thank you.
City Manager.
Thank you. So we'd want to get, I think, more clear on what the additional analysis is. If it is a true determination of all of the ways in which we would need to unwind things, or is it an analysis of what might we do instead of this project, in which case we'd probably return to some other alternatives that we looked at previously, and potentially infrastructure or interchange or intersection improvements in other parts of the system. Again, doing the analysis of the full picture, it's really hard for us to not give that to you because of all of the risks associated with not giving that to you. It's incredibly complicated. Even identifying where funds go in our fee system is very complicated as well. It will be an entire work effort. We'll need a consultant to help us no matter what. And so we're looking at a work plan item, essentially a CIP project, to look at an alternative to this project, which we will also be undertaking. It's not impossible, it's just an allocation of resources. I think the way that, you know, we can conceptualize it that might help us is, this is a 4-year time frame that we're identifying for the design and getting us to that next stage. And during that 4 years, you know, we can accomplish things, but doing both designing the project and potentially designing a not project and how to undo the work that we're doing is a whole undertaking that will require a lot of work and time. I don't know how else to say it. I don't think that there's a middle option for what we're able to give you. That is what we've given you tonight. We've tried to identify the high-level issues, and going farther there's like no in-between in a lot of ways that at least I can conceptualize, and so that's kind of what I'm struggling with, is we would be creating an additional project in order to give you that analysis. It's not impossible, it's just gonna take reorienting other things.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, I think that's actually more than I was envisioning when I made that comment. But let's just say that that there's a housing project that's coming forward. Let's just say Froome Ranch housing project, or Covelop, or these different housing projects that are coming forward, and just saying to the developers, well, you know what, we can't mitigate we cannot mitigate the traffic at this point. It's just not going to be possible unless we can build the Prado Road overpass. So will you please go talk to Salud Carvajal, or like that? I mean, I don't think we should be in a position to approve more housing projects if we are going to just be exacerbating the problem and we don't know if there's a way of mitigating it. So, perhaps being somewhat strategic when we're talking about saying yes, yes, yes to housing without, as Councilmember Boswell was saying, making sure that infrastructure keeps up with development. At least saying, okay, well, you want to build 200 units, there's really no mitigation unless we're able to get more funding, and just try to get commitments out of people. So I don't know. I personally, I mean, we'll see what the rest of the council says, but I personally don't feel like we need a 4-year work project to imagine us not doing Prado interchange. I'd rather have us figure out a strategy to make everybody else line up and give us what we need to make it happen. That, I mean, worst case, putting time and effort into worst case scenarios just doesn't appeal to me. I guess I'm an optimist. I don't know, but I can't live that way. Okay, so that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Shoresman.
Yeah, I just wanted to look at staff here a little bit as they were talking about, I think I heard you say, Mr. Horn, that we could go with a phased approach. And so, and the contract is already built into phases to a certain extent. There's phase 1, 2, and 3. So I guess if we wanted to break up those phases a little bit and make sure that we either had a chance to weigh in or had decision points, is that possible, or how would that look?
Yes, it is possible. And I think, and Wyatt, you correct me if I get this wrong, the first phase that we'll be doing is the value analysis, and that we'll see what's achievable, what those dollars are. And I think that's really a good point in time to come back to council, is when we know what we can do to reduce those costs. We can have that information available. We can understand what's approvable and what's not approvable, and present that information to council for your review and consideration. Phase 2 is it's a little bit longer duration. That's actually will bring us to completion of the plan specifications and estimate documents. You would by default have something that occurs at the end of that phase for the authorization to construct and the financing plan for the project. So by just default, there's a natural break point in between phase 2 and phase 3. And phase 3 is just kind of the construction and bidding support. Actually, it's just bidding support, right? Just bidding support for the project as we, get prices from contractors. So there's natural break points in all 3 of those phases, and we can definitely bring those back to council for your consideration as we move forward.
And is Caltrans engaged in this process all the way through? So if traffic studies show something vastly different, not that that's going to happen, but show something vastly different than what we've anticipated all along, they could be engaged in the conversation about making changes to the project as part of the value analysis or even beyond that.
Caltrans is our team member from this day, actually from a lot of days before, and all the way through construction and operations of the facility. So we're entangled with Caltrans for the duration of this, the life of this improvement.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification. And I know that we all have busy agendas and we were having special meetings as a result of that, but I think that this is important enough to have us come back to council between phases, and I would be in favor of giving staff direction tonight to make sure that that happens, along with the other parts of the community engagement that I know are built into their contract too.
Yeah. And staff really supports that too. It's very logical, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Horn and Vice Mayor Shoresman. I think that's really important to know that we'd be coming back between the phases. And to be really clear, I see a need for this project. My primary concern comes from we get 4 years from now and say we're at a $200 million price tag on it. And although I consider myself an optimist as well, I'm pretty worried about the state of federal transportation dollars and how much they're going to be smiling on California at that stage. And then what? Because we do need this project. So if we can't because we can't finance $200 million, we could, but then that's it. That's all we're doing. Do we have a plan B for how to help deal with our east-west connectivity? And so I guess that's kind of what I'm throwing out there, not a whole other work order or work item, but something just to say, as we're working through this problem over the next 4 years, kind of keeping our eye on what is our plan B, because in 4 years, the council is going to be faced with a yes or no. And that's going to be a really big decision. I hope things are looking good for funding and we get our regional partners to pony up, but if not, what then?
Thank you. I think that's where I'm headed as well. Councilmember Boswell.
That's what I was going to reiterate again is this, the point I've been making is not about us deciding not to go forward with the project. It's that if we're essentially find ourselves in a situation 3, 4, 5 years from now where there is not a path forward for the project, or possibly even 10 years from now where we're still sitting around trying to figure out how to move forward the project. I mean, hopefully that's not the case, but it's definitely a non-zero probability, and it's probably a decent probability that the funding never materializes. And what is our alternative game plan if we find ourselves in that situation? And more to the point, given my frustration about where I feel I'm sitting here a bit boxed in by previous councils, are we leaving the next future councils some options for dealing with this challenge? Or are we just going to say, well, we'll just hope the money shows up, and if it doesn't, you'll have to just figure something else out? Or can we start doing something tomorrow to put in place some options, some additional options? Yes, we got a lobby. That's a good idea. I mean, this should be a full court press on getting our message out there about supporting the funding for the project, assuming it sounds like the vote's going to be to take it forward. But also, what else can we do to protect ourselves if no one else comes forward with us? What else can we be doing in terms of thinking about other kinds of traffic mitigation projects in the community? It's a little disappointing to me that we don't model our mode share goal in our forecasts. The 2045 forecast we're using on traffic in the community is based on current trends going forward. It's not based on our mode share goal, but we're very hopeful that we are going to at least get close to, if not achieve, our mode share goals over time. So it's sort of disappointing that we don't sort of account for that because maybe that is part of the solution, is redoubling our efforts on our mode share shift goal to reduce the need and impact, or maybe even just delay some of these impacts to later in the time frame. So however the vote goes forward, it sounds like it's going to go forward. I feel we have an obligation to open some options for when we get finished with the PS&E phase, that if we find ourselves in a situation where we cannot figure out how to fund this project, we have some other paths to go down. And I don't know what those look like. I can't sit here and develop a work program for what that looks like. That's going to have to be some additional conversations at some point with this council. But I think we have to do it. I'm still inclined to vote against this. Again, not because of the project itself, but essentially because of the cost benefit, which I'm looking at. Which is there benefit to the project? There certainly is benefit to this project. There's the multimodal benefits, which I think would be great. And there's obviously some, cross-town connection benefits, although those benefits I think are somewhat reduced by the still big question marks over whether we can get all the way to Broad eventually and what that would look like. The cost-benefit ratio is not looking good at this point in terms of, okay, yes, we get these benefits, but assuming we carry those costs, we would have to carry those costs ourselves. It certainly doesn't seem worth it. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Shorsman.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell. I was where you are earlier tonight and yesterday, and trying to figure out how to make the financial piece work, because I see value in it, but I was not seeing the dollars and cents, and I still am not. I see it well enough to at least go forward with this piece in a phased way where we can get more eyes on this throughout the process. I do want to ask one more question of staff based on what I'm hearing, and I think it's all good, thoughtful ways of going about this. But the issue of, so we get through the value analysis, we see this again after phase one, we get to the end of phase two, and things are not looking good financially, or maybe there's some need to pivot because whatever the solution that we have now before us doesn't seem like it's the right fit for whatever reason. Are there ways within the Consor contract to pivot if needed? And I don't know what that looks like either, because we haven't looked at what the other alternatives might be. But I agree with Councilmember Boswell. I would hate to get to the end of this and we still only have the one. We've put all our eggs in one basket, and it doesn't seem like it's going the right way to get it funded. So what happens then with the process?
Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here. Maybe I should just do one thing. So it's a complicated question. With the Consor contract, I would venture to suggest that that pivoting with Consor might not be in our best interest. It might be that we move forward, if we choose to move forward tonight with whatever they gave us the proposal for, we can do that, move forward. If we choose to pivot or do something radically different, we might be in a better place to actually do an RFP or request for proposals from an independent firm or Consor too, to kind of provide those services for us. It really kind of depends on how much we're talking about and the change to the document. As far as what the pivot will be, I'm trying to figure that out as we're sitting here, and I don't have good solutions for us, and that's where I think that's where we're all struggling here. So can we Can we pause and pivot? Yes. Can we pause and pivot with Consort? Maybe, probably not.
Right. Sorry to ask you about your, your crystal ball, but I always say my crystal ball broke a long time ago, and this is kind of one of those situations where maybe it is a leap of faith. Maybe that's a bad term, but I am, in my experience, our city is very good at looking at where we're going and figuring out if it's the right direction and taking the time to be thoughtful and look at our options. And I think if we come back to council over time throughout the phases of this next stage, that I'm confident that we'll figure out what the next step is when we get there.
I also think there's this aspect of we've already had to delay Fire Station 5 because the housing didn't happen as fast as we expected. There's different things that we don't have the answers to right now. And so as I look at this, I'm looking at getting us to that next point. And that was my understanding of today is we're not deciding the $148 million today. And every time we get a little bit closer, it does get us to that point where we're obligating people, and it does feel a little bit concerning. And simultaneously, work plan and what we talk about trade-offs in April, and what else can we not do then if we're going to look into this more. Let's give this council and future councils more data to be able to make those decisions going forward. And I think that's a yes and I'm not trying to look at unbraiding it all and making it all fall apart. I'm just saying, how do we figure out other options? And right now we don't even have an idea of that. And that's where, when we look at that traffic impact, is that affecting us now or 10 years or 20 years or 30 years based on how the housing is getting pushed back? We just learned earlier how the development fees are slowing because people aren't building as fast. So we're hearing multiple things tonight that all coincide together and go forward, and some will go faster versus slower. And so I think this is a parallel yes and moment. Not saying yes and do it all. I'm just saying that as we stop at these phases, that we're continuing to have these conversations. And one of the things that people don't love is government does move a little slower, but I see that in this moment, that little bit slower will give us the more knowledge to make the better decisions going forward. And I think that's okay if that's what we're talking about with a work plan. City Manager.
Thank you. Yes, I was hoping that ultimately we could get direction on whether to work out what those trade-offs would be, because it will be a work effort, and we'll need to slot it in somewhere into both staff and consultant services. And so, and also get as much clarity as I can around exactly what it is that will be the data that you're asking for and that you need. Because again, we'll have to say, if it's, say, provide a plan B as a physical, here's some concepts around some other physical infrastructure changes we could make that might address the queuing and traffic impacts. I think that's one thing. If it's give us a full picture of the ramifications of moving forward with that, that will be a different undertaking, because then that will involve the kind of unbraiding.
I think there's a difference between what projects are moving forward currently in our processes that are based on this overpass to be able to move to their next level. I think that is part of the conversation, because
that would be a full analysis of unbraiding it from all of the projects and our plans.
But we have some that are already done. We have some projects that have already been built and they're done. So they're not part of that project, that conversation.
So we would need to do, right, but they are.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to get incredibly clear so that we don't go off to work.
So how can we decide what trade-offs are? We can't, that's what I'm saying. We can't give you what trade-offs there would be then if this is a project that is so much larger. So I guess that's where we can't give you that today.
So the direction for us to develop a work plan description and a time estimate and a cost associated with doing a parallel analysis of a plan B design concept is one thing, but an analysis of the impacts on development and how we would go about making that happen is an added layer from my perspective. At the same time, I would also add into that, in order for us to be successful on this project, we won't be just sitting and waiting and hoping for money from other agencies. We will be actively working to go get it and find it. That is a large undertaking for us as well. So hiring a lobbyist is helpful. That's just one piece. We'll need a lot of ideas and creative solutions that we will be chasing down to the nth degree to try to make sure that we're fully bringing as much as we can to bear to make this project successful. So that's what we would be doing to help make sure that when we come back with a fully designed project, you have a true sense of what it means to move forward with a financing plan. If we're doing that and also coming up with an alternative, we just have to, again, like work it into our plans and provide everybody a sense of what trade-offs that entails for other things that we'll need to kind of set aside.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Try to take a stab at a motion and see if it goes anywhere. I would move that we go forward with staff's recommendation on this next phase of the project with the additional direction to come back to council on a few different occasions with probably the second, at least after the second phase, to come back with some decision points about, and I'm taking a stab here. So with some decision points about whether or not we need to look at alternatives because of lack of funding or a change in course, and additional direction to make sure that we are loud and clear in our discussions and advocacy with the region that we cannot go forward with this project without more regional support.
Can you say that one part about how often you wish?
Some occasions.
Some occasions, okay.
Yeah, I guess, sorry, like I said, I'm just trying here.
At least two, though.
At least two. I would say 2 to 3, at least between the phases.
Okay, between phase 1, 2, and 3, or just as appropriate?
Between 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, thank you.
So that would be at least twice, but
yeah,
potentially 3 times.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Mr. Horn, is that, does that work for you?
Yeah, sorry, I was.
I saw you processing, so I just
yeah.
wanted to make sure that was, the language was close.
Yeah, no, in my head, I was thinking there was a good logical break at nearing the end of phase 1. And then as we move into phase 1, there's probably like a phase like 1.5 that we probably should hit with council, and then kind of more towards the end of phase 2. So if you allow some flexibility for like natural milestones, we can work something together.
Does that work for you?
Thank you. That's helpful because I wasn't sure like when, if we needed to pivot, when would be the right time to look at alternatives and alternatives for funding. So thank you.
Let me
I
work
appreciate
up some
that.
milestones and off ramps. I can do that.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, if that language works for staff, I'd like to offer a second.
Okay, I don't see anything else, so I'm gonna move forward to roll call.
Vice Mayor Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell?
No.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 4-1. Thank you for the really thoughtful conversation. I know it's stressful to staff as well that we're not able to be as clear. Partially, we're not getting the information as clear. We've got, since 1960. So we've all been trying to figure out the best way to muddle through this, this challenge. So I really appreciate all of staff's time, all of your time. Appreciate all the conversations up here.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment that's just a thought, and that is that there are people at Cal Poly teaching transportation engineering, and one of my grandsons is, his senior project is designing a wildlife corridor over Highway 101, and he's so excited about it. I don't know if we could try to engage a professor or two to assign senior projects to Cal Poly students to say, imagine that there was no Prado Road overpass. What kind of alternatives could you come up with? If we're interested in imagination, of what else could happen, I think it would be something that they're always looking for topics for senior projects. So yeah, if I'd be willing to try to explore that a little bit if I could get a one-page statement of what it is we're trying to get them to do. But it's exciting for these students to try to come up with solutions to impossible problems. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, now we move on to the last bit, which is communications and liaison reports. So as far as myself, if my thing will move over here. So as far as myself, I did go to the Cal Poly Performing Arts Center committee, and attended that with Greg Herman. One of the things that we continue to talk about is the different performers that are coming. Sorry, my words at this point. Performers that are coming. We have some amazing opportunities to, again, partner with Cal Poly, partner with private sector, and just really appreciate that our community gets to be involved with that. Also, I was able to attend the ribbon cutting with Rachel B. Hayes and the Garden Street Alley. If you haven't been there yet, check it out. It is kind of behind Hotel Cerro and behind Blade Runner and on, and it is a gorgeous, if you look up, it's a gorgeous fabric medium that she has created. It's just beautiful, and I hope you get to check it out. Today I got to attend the community welcome for Atascadero for 3CE. We now have every single city in San Luis Obispo County and the county as part of the Community Choice Energy. So we're really working together to try to create more and more renewable energy, and also how to do that safely, and how to do that at different income levels. And that's something that's very important. Last week, I was on the Dave Congleton show with Michael Boyer from the Diversity Coalition and chatting about diversity changes at the federal level and what that's looking like for local jurisdictions and local community members, and how that affects people. So it's been a very interesting conversation we're going to be, I think, continuing to have for a while. I want to thank Councilmember Francis for attending the SLOCOG meeting on Wednesday, and it looks like we have much to communicate about the Senior Go program and how do we continue to help increase the access to seniors being able to use public transportation here in San Luis Obispo County. So moving forward, if Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So on February 5th, as the mayor mentioned, I attended the SLOCOG meeting, and unfortunately, we were informed that the cost for providing the Senior Go service had really dramatically increased, like everything else. And so the number of Senior Go trips, meaning individual trips that seniors can call and have on-demand rides, was cut in half. Luckily, though, at the April meeting coming up, SLOCOG will be presenting some options for bridging those funding gaps. And so I look forward to hearing back from the mayor about how they plan to do that so we can restore some of those services. To Thursday, we have our CAPSLO Board of Directors meeting, and there's a lot of good things on the agenda. We'll be swearing in new members. They'll also be submitting a bid to the county, looking to support warming centers in Morro Bay, Atascadero, and Paso, as well as submitting a bid to the county for overnight parking program for our unhoused folks living in their cars. So looking forward to that meeting.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Shorsman.
Push the button at the wrong time. Thank you. Been a little bit of a quiet couple of weeks because our Zone 9 committee meeting got canceled due to the county holiday last Wednesday, but I did just want to shout out to all the people who have applied for our advisory bodies. I've been doing a lot of interviews with a lot of amazing community members and continue to just be so grateful that we have such an active and engaged community that wants to be involved in all of our advisory bodies and do that really hard work and deep diving into all of the topics that they do for us as a council. So looking forward to those announcements in April once they all come to the council. Just a couple of things upcoming. I do have a Homeless Services Oversight Council meeting tomorrow. It's an executive committee meeting, but those are public in case anybody wants to attend. And it was also good to go to the Rachel B. Hayes art opening and walked through it the other night with my husband after dinner too. So it's just great to see those new art pieces in our downtown.
Wonderful. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, with the Air Pollution Control District, there is a search underway for the new Chief Executive Officer. And I'm on that subcommittee. I'm the chair this year, and so the subcommittee is working with the recruiter. And with Integrated Waste Management Authority, there is also a search underway for the next executive director of that because Peter Cron is retiring. And the other thing that the Integrated Waste Management Authority is doing is we approved the creation of a number of videos that are going to end short little kind of 1-minute social media tapes that are going to be part of the education outreach to help people understand which bin to put that item in when they're this moment of indecision where it's like, it's the green bin, it's the blue bin, what do I do? So we're continuing to work on that. I did attend the County Water Resources Advisory Committee of the RAC. That was very interesting. And what it was, basically it was the county telling us about the launching of a desal feasibility project. And they wanted to get feedback from the audience. And I looked at the map and I did raise the issue of like, well, you've got 3 different locations for a desal facility possibly that are in the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. If you talk to the tribes about that and they go, oh, that's good, let's talk to the tribe. So I thought, oh my, where are these people coming from? Anyway, so it's a desal. I don't know how it will affect the city, although it's possible that at some point, if there's a real drought situation, we might need to buy desal water. I don't know, but it's the coastal cities that are really involved. And tomorrow I'm going to be talking with some kids from Sinsheimer who are visiting City Hall and want to know what it's like to be a city council member. So I'll tell them, we do the hard problems. We do the hard stuff. So thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
No reports, but I will be attending Airport Land Use Commission tomorrow. We have one item. It's a consistency review for an amendment to the airport area specific plan. And then LAFCO is canceled this week. So, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. We'll be back here next week at making sure. We're back here at 5:30. As City Manager mentioned, we'll have 3 topics on our agenda. Short-range transit plan is one of them, and I think that we'll have a lot more conversation. See you then, and good night.